Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Organization, young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
I'm Layla Mackenzie Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley. I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the DAL Global Virtual Summit, a call to action championing change through diversity, inclusion and belonging. I am Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder and CEO of DIAL Global. And as I'm sure you all now know, DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders. And I am so excited to say that we had over 100,000 people from around all corners of the world attend yesterday's sessions, and we've had a significant rise as well in registrations inside the summit, in addition, with nearly 1,500 of you here right at this very moment. This huge interest just confirms to the team and I how much people really do care around the world about creating equality for all. So I want to give a very warm, heartfelt welcome back for those of you who were here yesterday and here again today, and also for those who have just joined us. Now, yesterday we heard from some truly inspiring leaders about how they created real measurable change in the areas of diversity, inclusion and belonging, and all those wonderful intersectionalities that were included in all of those rich and vibrant subjects. We had honest discussions on Black Lives Matter, race and ethnicity, gender equality, and many other things as well. We discussed how sports are levelling the playing field on the pitch and in the boardroom, in addition to hearing candid and heartfelt personal stories that really show how much the topics of diversity, inclusion, and belonging really do affect each and every one of us. There was so much in yesterday and so much more as well to come today. So if you missed anything at all, fear not. All is available to watch back on demand anywhere, anytime, any device. So do feel free to go back and catch up on any of your favorites after the couple of days are over. Now, I want to just say again that we've got an absolutely phenomenal lineup of speakers today. We're going to be talking about lots of different subjects, including talking about rocking the boat, taking brave and bold, authentic action and speaking up. And that's just the first panel as well. We've got a plethora and a rich smorgasbord of many other things as well. Now, before we begin, I would like to give a very, very special thanks indeed to our headline supporting partners for their unwavering tenacity, for inspiring us every day with their brave choices and real bold action. Sincere thanks and gratitude to Walgreen Boots Alliance, the Co-op, Alpha Financial Software, the Premier League, the Commonwealth Games Federation, and EY. We also want to give very large thank yous as well out to our media partners and silver partners, Ipsos Mori, Verizon Media, Yahoo and Yahoo Finance. We saw some brilliant editorials going out across the pond yesterday, so thank you very much. And Brand Advance as well. Very happy birthday to Chris Kenner today. Brand Advance, without the live streams from yourselves, Verizon, Yahoo and other publications across many diverse arenas, different publications including Outnews Global, The Voice, The Times of India, LGBTQ+ Weekly, all of these different rich publications reaching all corners of the globe. And that's really thanks to you. We really couldn't have done this without you. And finally, to our charity partners and their respective teams. In addition, the UN Global Compact, we're going to be hearing from the CEO, Sandra, later on today, as well as OBV, Operation Black Vote, and finally the Mackenzie Dellis Packer review, which we encourage all of you to get involved with as well. If you are watching live now or on demand, we are truly, truly grateful. As I said earlier, without you, without each and every one of you, this would not be possible. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome to the very first panel of day 2 of the Dial Global Virtual Summit. My name is Layla Mackenzie Dellis and I'm the founder and CEO of Dial Global. I am joined today by 3 exceptional leaders, of whom I'm delighted to welcome for the very first time today to the Dial Global Virtual stage. They are Annie Murphy, SVP and Global Chief Commercial Officer at Walgreen Boots Alliance, Helen Webb, Chief People Officer at the Co-op, and Arun Batra, OBE Partner at EY and CEO of the National and Global Equality Standards. Now, to give you a little bit of a brief run through with what we're going to be discussing with this fantastic panel today, leadership is not about titles or at the corner office. It's actually very much about that willingness to step up, to really put your authentic self out there and to lean in to brave action. In this session, we're going to be hearing from our summit partners on their journey to becoming authentic leaders and how speaking their minds, challenging the status quo and making brave choices whilst taking real action has led them to create a more diverse and inclusive workplace. But before we get into detail, it would be great to learn a little bit more about each of you personally and why you are so very passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. Arun, I'm going to come to you first, if that's okay.
Sure. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. So let me tell you why I'm passionate, and perhaps a good place to start is my background. And don't worry, I won't spend too long on this. So I grew up in Nottingham. I was a son of an immigrant family. I went to a school where I was only 3 of 800 people of colour, and I grew up in a pretty tough and inner city environment. And throughout my childhood, I unfortunately experienced a huge amount of racism, and that's because it was a time where the National Front and other extreme right-wing bodies were rising to prominence. So I left school with very few qualifications, and I started selling vacuum cleaners. And I only did that for about 3 days. I actually wasn't bad at it, but I realized that wasn't the career that I wanted for myself. And I had to talk myself into sixth form college. I didn't have the right qualifications to get into sixth form college, talked myself in, did a conversion course, and ended up doing my GCSEs and A-levels. I went on to read law and became a solicitor. But the real reason why I then did what I did later was because I kind of carried with me a huge degree of personal responsibility to want to try and do something with my experience, try and change the world for everybody else. So now I lead the UK Standard for Diversity, as well as leading on the Parker Review, among many other things that I do in my day job.
Thank you so much, Arun, for sharing. Annie.
Hi everyone, nice to see you. I can only see 3 to 4 people, but it's really nice to be part of this important Dial event. I work for Walgreens Boots Alliance, so we're a vast global enterprise in the health, beauty and wellbeing business. I look after the commercial function globally, but I also look after all of our product brands. So some fantastic beauty brands like Number 7, Liz Earle, Soap and Glory, etc. Our business employ over 400,000 people worldwide. And I think that's partly why, from a leadership point of view, I feel so passionately about the diversity and inclusion and belonging agenda, because I personally massively believe in equality for all. I'm a stepmom to 2 girls. I genuinely want to be a great sort of cultural force, a moral force in their lives. But I believe in equality for all also in the workplace too. I believe in giving every single person the opportunity to thrive and to be their very best. I genuinely believe we're better together. And if I can create diverse teams, then it allows me to meet our customers' needs and patient needs all around the world, given the business that we are, even better. So that's the driving force behind me in business, and great to be with you today.
Thanks so much, Annie. Absolutely agree. So much better together, and so excited to get into nuts and bolts of conversation around all of that. And last but absolutely not least, Helen.
Hi everyone. Yeah, it is strange just to be able to see 3 more people on the screen, but know that there's thousands more out there. So good afternoon. I'm very honoured to have been asked to sit on this panel. My role obviously at the Co-op is to develop and create teams that lead an organisation that states very clearly that we want to cooperate to create a fairer world. And if I look across my career to say, well, how have I ended up there? I think it's rooted in childhood, a little bit about what Aaron spoke about, but from a very different perspective. I grew up in a household where my older brother is thalidomide, and therefore I saw the struggles he went through, and he's now a professor of astrophysics, so he got the brains in our house. But saw some of the challenges that he faced through life. And certainly as a woman in business, I think you've also faced challenges. And I think that gives you empathy and sympathy and understanding a little about what others might go through. And I think what it's opened me up to is to ask more questions and seek and understand what people's experiences are, and firmly believe that the only way we'll create a better society and not just successful companies is by having every voice heard. And I think that's really important.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for sharing, Helen, and for all of you sharing the personal stories there. I know we're going to be doing a lot more of that on the panel. And if I must just say very quickly, those storytelling examples are just so important, because we've seen such a profound kind of snowball effect when brave leaders like yourselves, and we heard many yesterday, stepped up to the parapet, shared, what was often a lot of kind of vulnerabilities almost, that it allows others to realize, hey, this is a safe space. This is an organization that I want to work for. The leaders are willing to put themselves out there to listen, to learn, and to share what is really, truly important to them. So thank you. And kicking off with our first question, then I'd love you all as well to answer this one, is really around the importance of all leaders being a beacon to drive the diversity and inclusion and belonging agenda. And ultimately, how each of you and your respective organisations have made that shift from viewing D&I as perhaps an HR imperative formatively to now seeing it as your responsibility and that of the entire C-suite function. Annie, I'm going to come to you first, and then Arun.
Yeah, sure. So I'm a big believer that leaders cast incredibly powerful shadows in organisations, not just in what we say or what we write down on a piece of paper or what we put on a video, but in how we behave on a day-to-day basis. So it kind of starts and ends, I think, with us as leaders. And if you want something to be important to the organisation, it's got to be important to the leader that your people see every day, whether that's a junior manager or it's a C-suite member. You know, it needs to be important in how people show up every day. In WBA, we believe really firmly in this, and we go as far as to make it so important that we put it right at the heart of our performance objectives for all of our leaders, and that effectively drives remuneration and reward too. So we put it right at the heart of how we drive people's accountability in the business to make it owned by all, not just owned kind of by a few. We've put huge amounts of resource in place at a global level to help us, you know, leverage the resources and the experiences we have across the organisation. So we've created a number of business resource groups that really support this agenda, and they act as powerful forums and certainly very powerful catalysts for change. And we've developed a lot of great learning and development tools to support the agenda. But what I've really believed in, my job is to make it really feel real locally for my team every day. And that's taken a lot of my own personal energy and leadership to do it. It's not something I want to delegate. It's not something I want to give to anybody else. I'm very passionate about it, and I believe I've got to lead from the front. So, you know, in the last 4 or 5 months, we've established, as an example, a racial equality action board. We've harnessed a huge amount of energy that was in the business to make big progress and big strides. We've created a board. We asked people to volunteer. We've had over 40 people from right the way across the business of every colour and creed to be part of that group. We've written a very bold manifesto that declares our intent to create a truly anti-racist culture in our organisation, and we've built a number of pillars of activity which really talk about our organisation in every facet. So we talk about the fact we want to have an attitude of continuously learning. Clearly, we want to work in building a truly inclusive and diverse team, but we've also challenged ourselves to really go deep on how we develop our brands and how we present ourselves to our consumers as a brand owner, and ultimately how we all hold each other to account. And, you know, my job as a leader is to make sure that we've got really clear governance against those programs. So it's not just a wish list and a set of aspirations, but it's something that we talk about all the time and that we measure and track our performance against. So I chair the board, and they'll tell you I'm constantly saying, you know, how are we going to know we've made progress? How are we going to track our progress? How will people feel the difference? And it's been an incredibly galvanizing activity in our business. And I think we've created huge momentum and energy. And I would say we work as hard on this communication internally as we do when we talk about our brands externally, so that we keep it very front of mind for people and allow them both individually and collectively to join in and be part of it.
Thank you so much. I love that. And I'm going to pick up on that tenacity piece there, because that is exactly what you're describing. That's exactly what diversity, inclusion and belonging needs. It is, as you say, it's a never-ending journey of continuous learning, as you mentioned, you know, something that I don't think will ever be done, or at least we certainly as individuals will never be satisfied until we keep on changing the game and keep on striving for what is better. Because, you know, when you have such remarkable brands that you do, as you say, you're looking at almost diversities within diversities, cultures within cultures, and what then really matters. Arun, your thoughts on this? I know that you're doing a huge amount, especially on the racial and equality piece, sitting on the Sir John Parker review board, but also on our very own Mackenzie Dallas Packer review as well, with the 10 facets of diversity and intersectionality. So love to hear your thoughts.
So I hear the question in two parts. One, leaders' responsibility, and two, integrating D&I into the fabric of an organisation. So let me just deal with those in turn. So if I was a leader in a business today, what would I be thinking about? And I think we're moving from a society that's one of make, take and waste to one that's being purpose-led, being inclusive, trying to do the right thing, creating metrics around broader value for society. And if I was also a leader, which I am, what do I think about, especially if I'm in the FTSE but beyond, is you've got the Financial Reporting Council Corporate Governance Code, which places a responsibility on all businesses to report on their performance on D&I, and that's part of your annual reporting requirement. You've got the Section 172 of the Companies Act, which places a real great responsibility on each director to report on how they're creating broader stakeholder value. You've got an environment where investors are demanding real compliance with this agenda. And then you've got an environment where contracts are only being awarded if companies can demonstrate a certain level of proficiency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if I was a leader and I was thinking, right, I want my business to be successful, I think I'd be pretty foolish to ignore the key messages that I've just mentioned. And I think directionally, the question of having an option has been significantly reduced. And then to answer the part B of your question then, so why should it be integrated into the fabric of the organisation? Just picking up on a couple of points from Annie then. So I think talent genuinely responds to inclusive leaders right across the whole of the business, not just part of it, i.e. when it's not just buried away in HR. And I think from all the experience of the businesses, the audits that I've overseen with the national and global equality standards, there's often this disconnect that exists between intent, i.e. we want to do the right thing, and impact. So how does this really impact on the ground? And until you get really forensic and understand the dynamics of a business right throughout it, and understand, and by the way, not just in HR, and then understand those directly and indirectly, it's really difficult to have a proper functioning business that focuses on D&I. So look, headline for me, I don't think this is any more a question of, maybe we should leave it in HR. I think you're putting yourself at a real disadvantage, both legally, morally, and professionally, if you don't integrate in the ways that I've just articulated.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, very well said. And I think in addition to that as well, just to kind of segue, if I may, for one moment, is this is not purely HR's responsibility. I know it's a natural place for many to want to go, and absolutely the people function is at the core, heart and soul of many boards. But it should not be resting purely on their shoulders. This is a board-wide responsibility, and that of us all collectively. And, over the last couple of months, in particular with everything that's happened within the wider world, the team and I have seen an insurmountable amount of burden and stress on those D&I practitioners and people officers who are trying to do absolutely everything. This is collective, as you say, and is something that we cannot afford to ignore because it's business imperative, and feeds right back into what was said. Start with the business resource groups from yourself, Annie. It's a business imperative. They are business resource groups.
The one thing I'll just quickly say, just to come back on that, is where there should be a degree of caution. Sometimes you'll hear businesses talking about mainstreaming. And that is not what we would advocate, because that doesn't mean getting rid of it. Having proper business ownership is to make sure it's properly integrated into the fabric of the organisation. There's a degree of responsibility that goes with it.
Indeed. And Helen, any thoughts from your side?
Yeah, and I agree with Aaron's sort of division between the two questions, and starting with leadership. What we did, we launched a new set of leadership capabilities 2 years ago, and one of those leadership capabilities is endless inclusion. So each one of our leaders has to meet at least the bar when it comes to what we expect from an inclusion perspective, but also it means that they are measured on that. And we've sort of upped the ante over the last couple of months as well, because we've launched our manifesto for racial equality, and each one of our leaders actually has an objective, and they have to demonstrate how they are actually contributing to creating the environment that the co-op that we're trying to achieve, which is an inclusive environment that has got an anti-racist stance. And we're obviously providing tools and backup and support from a development perspective, and making that very bespoke around how each individual can create inclusivity within their own team. But it comes to the wider organisation as well, because you're absolutely right. I'm obviously an HR professional, I have been for some time, but if you only focus on the D&I and the belonging agenda in HR, you will fail. Because it won't create an inclusive environment. It might mean you have some great policies and practices, but somebody may start and then work with a leader who actually doesn't understand. So it is really important. And when you look at our manifesto, what we're talking about is we talk about our people, but we also talk about the communities that we operate and work within, and how we ensure that we are being inclusive in the way that we operate with our communities, the way we allocate funds to our communities, and also from a commercial perspective, so the products and services that we offer and the suppliers that we deal with. So I think it comes back to a lot of what Aaron was saying around the governance structure. If you want to take this seriously, you have to take it as seriously as the rest of the governance structure in your organisation. That way you will actually make traction.
I think some really, really interesting points there, and I love that we've got new work being done around these excellent manifestos. And obviously, we heard from Claire yesterday and the great work that the Co-op's doing, and Walgreen Boots Alliance, in particular, making sure that what is not just great talk, it is translating now into real governed and measured actions. Now onto another subject, I think quite a good segue, Helen. I would love to hear a little bit more, and from all of you as well, about any of your personal insights and lessons on how to tackle what are, let's face it, pretty uncomfortable subjects and difficult conversations at the moment, and how we do that without defaulting to defensive, to make sure, as we've all alluded to already, that everyone is on that journey together. And I know you're gonna have a great answer to this, Helen, because I know that you've won so many different awards. I think the Every Woman Retail Ambassador Award as well, and so it's clear that you're able to pull everyone along with all of this in terms of subject matter.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. I think what we've all got to acknowledge first is that we are all learning, and we will all continue to learn, and that nobody's got all the answers, but we have to be prepared to stand up and have those difficult conversations. And I think there are some very old adages that ring true when you start these kind of conversations that are difficult, because we're talking about colour, we're talking about race, we're talking about religion, we're talking about the LGBTQ plus networks. You have to listen, and you have to put yourself in a place where essentially you know nothing, because you only have your own personal experience, you don't have anyone else's. So the opportunity to start those conversations is by asking questions and really taking time to listen and to understand, because no matter how much time you spend talking to people, you will never be an expert. So all you can do is to listen and to learn, and by learning, we start to put in place actions that are going to make a difference. You can't just sit and decide in a room in an ivory tower what your actions might be to be a more inclusive or an organisation that welcomes everyone, creating social mobility. The only way you do that is by being out into your organisation, listening to people, and actually connecting with communities outside the organisation that you feel that you are underrepresented in, and listening to people's experiences then, because it's only by having that dialogue that you can start to make a difference. And I thought about, and I asked the team, what would you recommend that people watched or listened to if they wanted to start learning about having difficult conversations? And there was a really fantastic TED talk by Adar Cohen, who actually worked in the Northern Ireland situations and troubles, actually was part of conversations in Israel and Palestine. And he runs a TED talk, which is about the 3 steps to having difficult conversations. And I'd really recommend that people watch it, because it's absolutely fascinating. From personal experience, what I would say is if you're about to have a conversation like that, in a sense, try to take yourself to a place where you feel vulnerable. We've all had examples in our careers where we've been excluded for whatever reason. All of us have had those kind of experience, whether it's been passed over for promotion, whether you've been excluded from a meeting you ought to have been in or a project. And just remember how that feels before you start having a difficult conversation, because I think that will put you in a place where you will listen, because you've put yourself in a place where you feel vulnerable.
You've picked up one of my favourite quotes there, which is that people don't remember where you were or what you said or what you did, but they always remember how you made them feel. And that emotional intelligence, feeding back into what Arun and Annie were saying earlier about purpose, is so incredibly critical. You know, those leaders of the future, and I'm quite convinced this is the case, especially with our so many different generations now in the workforce. You know, purpose-led leadership and really meaning what we say is, you know, often you know, far more important than purely financials, and obviously it's great for business as well. Any further thoughts, Arun?
I spend a lot of my time in boardrooms. And I will go and sit and speak to board members or chairmen, and I'm often faced with always really good intent, but just a genuine lack of understanding or belief. I have to say, I caveated that changed after Black Lives Matter, or at least it did on the surface. But in the build-up to, I guess, running the business that we run at EY, the one thing that's definitely carried through is to be non-judgmental in those conversations. I'm totally cool with them not fully understanding the dynamics of some of the nuances around D&I. And I actually think there's a big difference between somebody who genuinely wants to understand whether they're going to make more money if they put somebody disabled or black onto their board, as opposed to somebody who is on more of the right, the political agenda, who just doesn't care. And I'm often faced with the former of those. So if I'm honest, I wasn't entirely convinced by the business case either, when the world of D&I has a habit of recycling what everybody else says. And I'd say that the amount of conferences I sat at, I could have written down what I was about to hear somebody say. Actually, this has been refreshing because I haven't heard a lot of those things said. So yeah, that's good to hear. But I genuinely think that a way to have a successful, difficult conversation is firstly be open and receptive to their genuine belief set, because that's all right, they hold it. And then secondly, make sure it's data-driven and evidence-based if you're going to have a response to say. And some of the arguments around the business case for diversity are really poorly worded, in my view. You're just going to make 7% gross margin improvement if you have a BME person on your board. It doesn't really ring well with a chairman who's trying to run a big business that's having to make really difficult decisions around what he does with his staff. What works significantly better if you can articulate a really well-balanced, evidence-based argument of why they need to do this and what benefit it will bring to their business, but in a way that makes sense for them. And there are some brilliant pieces of evidence out there that exist. So I'd say, firstly, make sure you know what you're talking about and be receptive. And secondly, I absolutely agree. What are your mutual pain points works well too. So having that degree of empathy, which I think I've just heard Helen say, works really well, and your own fallibilities. And I've always done that, and it definitely works well for my experience. So I don't think any of this is rocket science, but you'd be really surprised that there are the quality police out there. I meet them all the time. The little sirens going on in their head. They're a real turn off for me, and I don't think that's the right way to have a conversation around it either.
I think we've all met those types of individuals, and you know, I think the sad thing about it is, as you have all alluded to, is if the heart is in the right place and if the willingness is to genuinely learn, let's not crucify people who are then going to be even more fearful of being vilified later on, because they're not going to then want to get involved in the conversation. Because, you know, whilst it's great, there's not a lot of repetition from what you've heard on this panel, Arun, I will caveat it and say that there is a lot of repetition in D&I in general, because it is it is a relentless task. There is going to be, you know, a lot of relentlessness and saying the same things to get people to understand. That said, everyone is on a different journey, and it's not a straight copy and paste situation. It's everyone's on a different phase of that journey, if that makes sense. But some really good points. And Annie, if I may come to you, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it's very similar to what we've heard from Helen and Arun, actually. It's I think when you're a leader, you feel inordinate pressure to have all the answers. And I think from my personal experience, particularly over the last few months with COVID and with BLM, etc., it's like it's not my responsibility, and it would be wrong if I tried to come up with all the answers. And we've always, as a business at WBA, prided ourselves on the amount of time we invest in listening to our people. We're a retail business first and foremost, and so we do spend a lot of time kind of listening, but we've really ramped that up in the last few months, and I think we've done it brilliantly, because working remotely and virtually has, you know, been another challenge. But we've really encouraged people to, in small groups, talk, and for leaders to listen, and not too quickly make judgments about what the right answer is. And those small groups have been really powerful, because people have shared experiences and felt in a safe environment to tell some stories, actually. And that's where the colour comes. You get beyond the policy and you get beyond the intent, and you actually start to really understand people's own personal experiences. And one of those listening forums we had, which I wasn't in, there was a very rich conversation, and I was contacted by an amazing woman in our business called Jenny, who said, I'd really like you to meet one of her colleagues, junior colleague, a black girl, actually. And she said, I'd really like you to listen to her if you're up for it. And I said, I'm definitely up for it. And we had the most powerful conversation, the three of us. And I ended up asking if the individual concerned would do reverse mentoring with me. And we've invested, we have an hour together every 2 or 3 weeks. And I have learned so much, things that I just hadn't seen because of my personal experience, things I hadn't seen suddenly have come into quite stark view. And, you know, she talked about her experience at school and growing up and going to secondary school and going to university, all of which were quite positive experiences for her. But she talked about working into the workplace for the first time and looking around and seeing no one that was like her, and talked about how that felt. And it makes me realize that, you know, we've got to go beyond just making sure we've got diverse slates and that we bring diverse you know, people into the business. We've got to make sure the experience once people join the business is truly inclusive too. And that reverse mentoring for me has been phenomenal. So if there was advice I'd give the people watching, it's never underestimate the value of listening. And to Helen's point, you know, be prepared to unlearn some stuff, because and it changes all the time. So you just got to have that continuous learning mindset. But I've felt probably more personal leadership growth through that relationship that I've cultivated than I have in the last 20 years of my career. It's been really, really fulfilling and rewarding. And I've carried it into my personal life. I'm talking to my stepdaughters about it, and just been really rich for all of us. So that's my experience.
Thank you so much for sharing that. It makes me smile from ear to ear, because some of the stories that come out of reverse mentoring are just absolutely phenomenal. And having such seasoned leaders on this panel, obviously, who are willing to open up their hearts and minds to these new initiatives is just excellent. You know, the confidence I think that it can bring to others within the organization, and you know, the real true learning from this, you know, not only intergenerational, but all the other different intersectionalities as well that are involved within diversity and inclusion. That's just absolutely superb. And moving on, if I may, and I think actually, you know, really great segue actually following on from that last point, Annie, is I wonder whether we could dive a little bit more deeper, you know, into some of your own personal reflections, and, you know, any of the elements that you have observed from your careers and obviously your organizations right now on what really you got right, and potentially, what was more challenging and what wasn't right. Because I think we've all identified here, the very best leaders don't always have all of the answers, but it'd be brilliant to understand and unpick any identifications or action points that everyone around the world who is listening can take with them back to their organizations or personally, that could be, real game changers for them.
Yeah, I'm not the kind of person who ever likes to talk about right or wrong. I'm much more of a kind of general learning person. So what have I learned, and what do I think that we would benefit from kind of doing more of? The thing that people play back to me all the time is about authenticity, and putting your true self out there as a leader. I think that's where you build trust. That's where you make people believe what you say and what actually is important, and that's what I think drives enormous followship. So if there was one thing I'd say, it's be your authentic self. And even as you get more senior, we all go through that. Do I need to change who I am? I even had a conversation with my team yesterday about, I'm quite an informal leader, do I need to change the formality of my leadership? And they're like, no, just be you, have high standards, but recognize the power of authentic you. And I would say that kind of to everybody. I think in terms of reflections, I think we have done, in all the businesses I've worked for, and certainly in WB, I think we've done a brilliant job on gender diversity. Actually, I lead a team my direct team is 50-50. And, there's some really strong, amazing women, right the way across my team. Actually, we've got really strong female diversity. I'm frustrated that we haven't been able to parallel path everything at the same rate. So my learning is, how do I now accelerate and take all the fantastic learning about our progress on gender into the other aspects of diversity inclusion, because I think there's lots to learn. And also that kind of one of our philosophies in Liz Earle is we have an expression which is never settle, because it's never done, and it needs constant attention and it needs constant nurturing. And that kind of never settle attitude is one that I'm really trying to adopt. And it's pushing us, to look at, for example, the racial equality opportunity and say, right, let's really look at our product brands. Do we offer shades in every color for every person? How do we conduct our clinical testing? How do we present our products in store? How do we train our advisors? We're really looking end to end at the business to say, this needs to be something that we embrace everywhere. And in doing so, take our organization even further forward. So I think a big thing about authenticity and an attitude of never settle, those would be my pieces of advice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And Helen, any further thoughts or final remarks that we can leave our wonderful audience with?
Yeah, and I love Annie's word of authenticity. I think that's incredibly important in a leader, and there's lots of research that proves that. And I think when you look in this space, I think if I was to reflect on what's working, what's changed in our organisation, I think it's about speaking up. And we do have a leadership capability that's around speaking up. But if I was to give advice about what I think works in organisations, I think it's people being prepared to stand up and to say, you're perhaps not aware, but something's going on in our organisation, because none of our organisations, particularly when you get to a certain size, are perfect. And I think the only way that you start to make progress is taking a stand and then giving people the space to speak up. And I think we need, as a co-op, we need to get better at that. We need to create more safe spaces. We need to talk about it more. But I think in doing that, you will take steps forward. So I'd encourage anyone listening to say, if you're sat in the C-suite, then speak up and challenge yourselves as a senior team about genuinely what are you doing? Is your D&I strategy really good enough in the context of our world and where it is? And I think everyone throughout the organisation can do their own version of that. And my reflection is that I'm proud to work for a CEO who was prepared to do that. And he did that as the Black Lives Matter movement started. And he did that and spoke out when we all watched those horrible few moments of George Floyd's life ebb away. And I think you've got to take that and you've got to say, we can't go backwards now. We've really got to make a stand.
We absolutely must call it what it is. And I, in fact, I will be coming up in the ad break shortly. Steve did an excellent job. And it's not easy. It is not easy, that. But what a great beacon, along with leaders, of course, of Walgreen Boots Alliance and EY as well, to take that very public stand. Because I think in moments like, obviously what happened with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and everyone else, silence is noted. So best say something than say nothing at all. Arun, any other final thoughts or other glimmers of wisdom for you before we start to wrap up?
Silence is noted, but not just saying something and not doing anything with what you say. I think is an important differentiation. There's a big campaign that's growing between some of the statements and then pictures of the boardrooms and the executive teams being very different to the content of the statement. What are my final bits of wisdom, if I've got any? There is a scale in my mind between compliance and just like doing what you have to do and being really purposeful in your behaviours and actions. And I think if there's things that people can take away, and I appreciate this is not easier said than done, is be the latter of those things. Be really purposeful in your intent. We've heard today how some leaders have responded really well to people being open and fallible and wanting to be reverse mentored and so on. So clearly, I think this is an environment where most people are receptive to people being vulnerable and most likely to be listening to them. I also think I've seen 25 years in the world of D&I when it wasn't popular, when it wasn't cool, when it was really difficult actually to get your hands dirty in D&I. And it's those who have taken risk and shown enormous courage are those who have tended to go on and do really well. And that comes with huge responsibility though, because you're not always going to be listened to. But if you provide that in an organisational context, then you will absolutely see there are some real nuanced actions that I see through the national quality standard audits that we do. And those companies said, actually, look, let's do this thing that's floating just on the side of acceptability, but it's going to help us achieve whatever our ambition is, are those that go on to do really well, because it's very rarely an opportunity cost for doing so. And then final couple of reflections. I chaired a panel yesterday on the new outcome of the Hampton-Alexander review. Cranfield produced a report on the women on boards target, and we've actually met the target. So we now are in a position where 33% of our boards in the FTSE are made up of women. Wow, there are some nuances because there's still a fall off with very senior leadership positions. But what was my real noted point there was, so you can do it UK business, so you need to do it for race now. And actually where my biggest worry is mental health, which I just think is often talked about, really great vernacular. When I go and see the reports that we have to sign off, there's still a massive difference between what's said and how somebody with a mental health issue actually gets treated at the end of year review, for example, because there's very little concession made for differences. So in my final summary of all that was, don't be afraid to take risks as long as it's safe to do so. And just bear in mind that Women on Boards has taught us, absolutely, if there is the right intent, you can achieve a real difference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all ever so much. I'm going to have to stop us there, I'm afraid, just because of time. But I think if anything is shown from this panel, whoever is listening all around the world, put your head above the parapet, be brave, take a stand, take action. Purpose-led initiatives translating into action are going to make a difference. And I know with all of you three and your organizations, such phenomenal leaders, such phenomenal businesses, together we can make a difference. So let's not take the foot off the gas right now. Everyone matters and every single voice does. Now, if you're live inside the summit, do look left for speed networking. If you've been unable to enjoy the summit or you need any support or help, you're deaf or blind, please do get in touch with us. One of the team would absolutely love to support you. Hello@dialglobal.org. If you've missed anything at all, you can catch up on demand, www.dialglobal.org again, and we will look forward to seeing you again in 15 minutes time, where we've got 3 remarkable leaders and a remarkable chair who are going to be talking about some really fascinating issues. So stay with us, enjoy the outbreak, enjoy your speed networking sessions. Thank you again, Annie, Arun, Helen, you've been phenomenal. See you again in 15 minutes.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better.
Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
(2020) has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move on to it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
Hello, welcome, and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. This panel is entitled Inclusion and Belonging, Broadening the Diversity Agenda to More Than Gender and Race. And my name is Catherine Lynch. I'm the Chief People Officer, formerly at Virgin Media, and Advisory Board Member at Dial Global. I'm joined by three inspirational people leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the Dial Global virtual stage. They are Vicky Edwards, the Chief People Officer at Alpha, Zarina Brown, the Chief People Officer at Britvic, and Susie Welsh, the Chief People Officer at the Odeon Group. While diversity is traditionally referred to categories like race and gender, companies are increasingly considering a wide range of factors, from age and sexual preference to disability and even weight. Adding in all these new factors obviously makes the effort to promote diversity much more complex. To truly move the dial in all these factors, you have to do things differently. In this session, we're going to speak to the most forward-thinking, agile and dynamic people leaders to learn how they are managing these complexities to create a truly inclusive culture. But before we get into detail, it would be great to learn a little bit more about each of you and why you're so passionate about diversity, inclusion and belonging. So we'll start with Vicky.
Hi, Catherine, and good to see Zarina and Susie again. So yeah, I'm Vicky Edwards, Chief People Officer at Alpha. I've only been with Alpha for 6 months, so I haven't got any kind of say in how the culture's been created, but I'm really pleased to be taking on the baton with it. I think diversity and inclusion, I mean, it's just generally something that I've always felt passionate about. I've always wanted to make sure that everybody is included and has a voice. And throughout my working career, have found that by doing that, you get so much more and all your outcomes are so much better. So it just seems like common sense to me.
Oh, thank you, Vicky. How about you, Susie?
Hi, so I am Chief People Officer for Odeon Cinemas Group, and I've been there for about a year. And for me, I was lucky. I came into a business that had a real focus in this area anyway, and had done some amazing things already, and given us a great platform. And working with the teams that we do across multiple sites, across multiple countries, actually diversity and inclusion for me gives us the opportunity to have really creative, innovative ways of thinking, and brings to life what we kind of show on screen as well. So it's a really important part of who we are and what we're about. And for me, gives me the opportunity to have great conversations and grow great talent as well.
Oh, I'm looking forward to hearing about some of those experiences. Thank you. And Zarina.
Thanks, Catherine. Good afternoon, everybody. So as introduced, Zarina Brown, and I'm Chief People Officer at Britvic Soft Drinks. We're a FTSE 250 business. We've got 5,000 people around the world, and we have recognised brands that many of you will hopefully love and know, such as Robinson's Tango, J2O, and Tesser in France, and Maguire de Fruta over in Brazil. My, I guess, passion for diversity and inclusion goes back to my childhood. So I'm of mixed race. My father was Indian, my mum is English. So I grew up with different cultures, different religions, and saw huge positivity in that. And it brought a different, I guess, richness to my life. But I also saw discrimination more generally with my father, but particularly in a latter stage in his career at work. He suffered from discrimination, and I have no doubt that it affected both his mental and physical health as a result of that. So I've seen the good and bad, and I guess that shaped me very early on to want to have a part in the world, I guess, to remove inequality and help, if I could do my small bit, to create a place where value is difference is really valued. And I guess in the end that led me to a career in HR. So started as a passion and has turned into a career that I love very much in that space.
Yeah, thank you all. And let's get into the conversation, shall we? So I'd like to start with a question around hearing how you as people leaders, not least during, what can only be described as, the, unknown circumstances that we face every day currently and changing restrictions and regulations. But how are you creating a truly inclusive culture that is beyond race and gender? And Vicky, can I go to you first of all for some thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. So as I say, Alpha's culture was quite established when I joined it. From the outset, it was one where we wanted everyone to feel like they were involved in the business, that they had a voice, that they could be themselves and talk openly about issues and things that they were passionate about. So that was set out very much from the outset. So I think my role coming in is kind of custodian of that culture, and ensuring that, as you say, in these very strange times, that we're maintaining that culture, even though the environment we're working in is very different. So for me, leaders generally, I think their role in all of this is to role model and consistently role model the behaviours that we want to have within the organisation. And that's even, you know, when you think people aren't watching you, to still be doing the right things, because that consistency and openness means that people feel that, you know, that they can be themselves and that they trust you. And I think the other part of that is also to encourage and empower people to be themselves and to spearhead initiatives. So in Alpha, from a leadership perspective, we've got a very strong set of values that are front and centre of everything we do, and more than ever now, making sure that all of our decisions keep those kind of front of mind, but also providing lots of opportunities for people to interact, to ask questions, to, you know, talk openly about, you know, the different challenges that they're seeing now. So we have lots of town halls where people can ask whatever question they want. Our leadership team and senior managers are running all of our induction sessions with new starters, so people get to know you as an individual and get that opportunity to have that informal discussion. But then the big part really is the empowering people to, you know, to do the things that they want to and are passionate about. So we've got very strong communities, employee communities within Alpha that drive a lot of the social activities and awareness, and, you know, bring to the fore those topics for open and honest conversation, really. So I think, as I say, the two aspects is role modelling, and then really encouraging and empowering and supporting employees to drive those initiatives forward that they're passionate about.
Thank you. And I mean, I had the privilege of hearing your CEO, Andrew, on yesterday's opening panel, and it made me reflect on how much easier it is if your CEO is totally on board and leading from the front. And I think you're very fortunate from what I could see with Andrew. Would either of you like to comment on that and add to that what Vicky was discussing? Any thoughts?
Yeah, Catherine, I guess from my perspective, if you look in terms of Britvic, and you went back almost 3 years ago, not unlike many businesses, I think, we were focused from a diversity point of view on what you could see, so gender, race, disability. And I guess we had a conversation to say, you know, we were making progress in those areas, but we felt as if we were missing out on a huge amount of potential when it came to diversity and inclusion. And it felt as if we could do so much more. And we kind of paused to go, in the end, I think, quicker and really, I guess, strip things back and had quite open and vulnerable conversations about you know, a much broader look at diversity and inclusion, as you've kind of introduced, you know, all the things you can't see about individuals. So whether that's diversity of thought, whether that's different people's backgrounds, and it opened up a much more vulnerable conversation, and I think open and transparent conversation. And that made a huge difference for us, because I think what really clicked is I guess the nub of this conversation to the fact, you know, diversity in its broadest sense But it was almost more straightforward to think of the things you could see, because you can put things, you can think about it in terms of boxes and people and what you can see. And it's more complicated, I think, to really think about this in its broadest sense. But it's definitely helped us, and I think fast forwarded us, because we then got into the space of inclusion and belonging. And so I think we've gone broader and deeper as a result of that. But we really had to take some time out, I think, to get that depth and breadth. But certainly that's created a lot more potential, I think, and really helped move us forward.
No, thank you. I mean, certainly my own experience at Virgin Media, when I went in 2017, we were partnering with Scope, the disability charity, who kindly came in and did an assessment for us in terms of how the business was performing across a range of optics on disability. And I have to say, shamefully, we were pretty woeful. And then went about, with the support of the CEO and my ExCo colleagues, creating a very, very specific and actionable plan with accountabilities distilled across the business in things like making reasonable adjustments. The business would always say it was too expensive, and concentrate on things like wheelchair access, when actually quite a lot of the reasonable adjustments were around things like having the right technical kit, or working slightly different hours to miss the rush hour. And that was a real call to action, and has seen the dial shift. We actually ended up putting a special advisor in a role around making reasonable adjustments, so that line managers who actually wanted to do something good but didn't know how to, or who to get help, or where to get funds, and that made quite a big step change. But it did need board sponsorship, and I think that's one of the things that certainly brought it home to me, that if this is not led from the top, it's not going to happen. But for those who are thinking of, where do I start? Partnering with a charity partner is a very good way if they've got that expertise that we didn't have. Look, I'll move on and let's have a chat about, putting an inclusive, creating and putting an inclusive culture into an organisation is one thing, but how are we measuring it? Susie, could you perhaps give me some examples of what you're doing to see if that dial is being moved?
So I think this is the hard bit. So for me, data has been really hard. So for us, I think you tend to go to your people data and what can you understand and how do you move that forward. And we've really struggled with that, to be honest, because we don't have good people systems. And then suddenly you realise you've not been collating maybe the data point that you want to try and understand. So we obviously look at the data that we do have available, and we work really hard on ensuring that we are understanding that to the best of our ability. But because we didn't have the level of data points that we could easily access, we've had to probably think slightly more about where do we go and get information from. And numbers are one thing, having conversations gives you as rich, if not richer, data to actually be able to work from. So for us, it was finding the balance between the two, from putting questions into our engagement surveys that we could then understand, as much as gathering small groups of people together and having conversations, or us being kind of challenged as well in terms of some of those pieces. So I think for us, it's been about getting as much data from different places as we can do, but we have found it challenging to find all of those different points to really understand and get to some of the hidden things, or the things you can't naturally see or are not obvious, as obvious as you'd like. But data does talk, and for me, the more data you have, the better action you can take, and the better you can get to some of those critical points quickly and move forward. So it might be hard, but for us, it's been, we will continue to work on how we get to it, because it makes it so much easier, I think, to do something if you can get the right data.
And have you found people willing to share their and disclose their status with regard to things like disability, sexuality, that type of thing? Because clearly, you know, with the Data Protection Act, one has to be very careful about that, but obviously it's also down to individuals being comfortable and not feeling stigmatized. I'm just wondering whether, you know, that's got in your way as far as data collection.
I think people are becoming more, the more you open up the conversation, and to Zarina's point about vulnerability, I think the more they see vulnerability across the organisation, from different levels and layers in the organisation, I think the easier it becomes. So it kind of grows, I think. And then for us, I suppose that challenge of different countries, you've got different things to work with. But we have seen it more. I think people are more willing to disclose, but they have to trust you. So your values become a really important part of being able to move this agenda forward, I think, because they need to see the role models. They need to believe that something's going to happen or it's going to be abuse if people disclose and share.
No, thank you. And Vicky or Zarina, anything to add?
Certainly, just the point we talked about, because I guess we're asking people to share things that are quite sensitive at the end of the day. And, you know, I totally agree, Susie, in terms of if you've got the right culture and people believe the intent and why that helps. We've certainly found in terms of really communicating why that sharing is beneficial and what we do with that data and how it can really help us and what the intent is. And we have quite a campaign around that, and particularly when we have new starters that come in, because I think catching people early and understanding why we think it's helpful to share that information. And we have a dashboard that, you know, to what we've just talked about, isn't fully complete with all of the information that we'd like. But I guess we really work with what we've got. But I guess the other point from my perspective is I think it's really important D&I is not standalone. So whilst you want that insight and you want, I think, certain goals that, you know, a few goals and measurements that will make the biggest difference, you want to measure things, I think, where they're happening, because you don't want D&I to be just standalone, both in terms of how you look at it and how you measure it. So we're really keen to say wherever we're having conversations, how do we get D&I to show up there and how do we actually measure it there? So if it's in the talent session, what are the measures in there that we're looking at? If it's in wellbeing, we're talking about what's the D&I angle there and what are the measures? And then you can take that as far to say, for suppliers or partnerships that you've got, are you having a D&I conversation there and have you got measures there? We also look at level of engagement in the business as well, because I think you can become you know, really focused on goals and targets. So things like our networks, our employee groups, how much participation we've got in lunch and learns as well. So, you know, does it feel like it's thriving across the organisation is a real good sense of whether it's working or not. But I guess if you ask me to say what's the one thing I really want to focus on and measure, it would be employees, as Susie said, saying, do they feel we really care about diversity and inclusion, and do they feel like they can belong and, you know, they are valued for their difference? Because I think ultimately if employees are saying that, that's the biggest measure for me versus anything else.
I thought that was very interesting when you touched there on the broadening of the D&I agenda, and you know, the sort of blend really of well-being moving into you know, it's more broad, isn't it? It's a sort of more cultural barometer as opposed to things in separate boxes, and no more so than obviously this year's mental health focus, for example, where, you know, everyone's struggling to cope with the ambiguity of this crisis. It's exacerbating, accelerating trends that were there and emerging. But no, some really good points. Vicky, anything from you on measurement and what you're doing?
Yeah, and we're in a very similar position to Susie. We haven't got a huge amount of data. We currently measure it through our Pulse survey in a more general, you know, bringing your true self to work sort of statements. But we have just started to look at collecting more data, but we've done that. It's actually been driven by our inclusion community. So to Zarina's point, the inclusion community has been very supportive and has helped that communication of why it's important and what we want to do as a result of collating some of this information that's about helping us drive that inclusion and diversity forward. So using our community is something that we're doing there that's really helping to drive that.
No, and has that continued virtually during lockdown?
Yes, it has. Yeah, it's still very very active. Yeah,
that's good to hear. So moving on, it'd be really good to hear which areas of diversity your organisations are making the most progress with, and in what areas, if you don't mind being a little bit honest, you're lagging behind on or finding more challenging, and perhaps why you think that is. So I appreciate there's a lot in there. Zarina, will you kick us off on that question?
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. And I guess I'll go broad again to start off with. I mean, just the point around we are making progress on looking at this, so it is broad enough and it is truly about inclusion and belonging. And we were really intentional to refresh our values just over 9 months ago and really dial up D&I. So in particular, we brought a new value in, which is stronger together, and we care, and that has made a difference in terms of making sure that we're not just making progress in one area or the other. We think about this in the broadest sense. I think the other thing, and Catherine, you touched on this, is D&I is being owned in every part of the business, both from the board, the exec. We have a action group steerco headed up by Kevin Donnelly, who's our MD in Ireland. And then we have this network of over 100 champions and resource groups. And the reason I share that is back to it helps you to make progress across the things you can see and the things you can't see, and gives real reach across the organisation. We do have our resource groups, and I'm particularly proud at how they're working. And I think that we often have conversations about can they be helpful, or do they become, I guess, more do they really encourage inclusiveness, or can they actually shut people out from joining? And we've really seen that they've been very inclusive and been quite intentional on them. So that's made a difference, and certainly across those areas. So I guess if you said where have we made progress, we certainly have from a gender point of view. So if you went back 2 years or so, our senior leadership population, we had around 30% of female leaders. We're now just above 40%. So we've made really good progress in that area. And the area probably where we've made less progress, I would say, is from a disability point of view. So we've partnered in terms, we're part of the Valuable 500s campaign, which, as you know, is about looking at making sure that there isn't exclusion because of disability. And we have a network group which is called the See Me Disability Group. So we are making progress in that space, but certainly in terms of being able to, I think, look at the environment, make adjustments, get more comfortable about people sharing their disability, because as we know, many are hidden or people don't share those. Then we've certainly seen some progress in that area, but that would be the one area that I would look and say we want to make more progress. One of the learnings we've got is where we've made more progress is where we've had external partnerships. So, for example, with Stonewall, and that's made a huge difference to both our Be Proud group and how we've focused on that. So we've seen a difference where we certainly have partnerships, and we're looking to do that more so from a disability point of view as well. We have our Be Diverse group, which is our BAME group, and again, certainly recently with what's happened from that perspective, that's a very active group. We have a range of things that have happened, such as lunch and learns, where we've had well over 100 people participating in those. So I'd say we've got very active groups, active discussions happening, and we're back to back to, I guess, the first point around how do you measure something? First of all, I guess participation, engagement and conversation. And we are seeing a shift, I guess, in the mix of people we have in Britvic and the demographics in those areas. But certainly, I guess that gives a feel for where we're making real progress in other areas where we're, we'd like to do more. But I guess, if you take all of that, my view would be, my challenge to myself, I guess, and to us at Britvic is, how disruptive are we being to have the pace of change, because you want to create that in so many different areas. And I think you almost have to make this bigger than yourself as a chief people officer or the exec to get momentum across all of those different areas.
Thank you. And I might come back to that a little bit later around the relationship of the chief people officer and the rest of the business leaders with regard to accountability. It's if we've got time, I'll come back to you there. But Susie, what about at Odeon? Where are you, winning, and where are you struggling?
So really similar story to Zarina, actually, in terms of probably where we focused most and where kind of the diversity and inclusion agenda kicked off was around gender, and interestingly very similar results over the last couple of years as well in terms of what we've seen. We've spent a lot of time focusing in from a mental health perspective and really ensuring that we understand how that fits together. We have a broad range of team members who work relatively antisocial hours with in comparison to other roles potentially, and therefore might not have the contacts or the network when they finish work to manage some of those things. We've worked hard in that area. There are a number of areas where I don't think we would want to be where we are, and I think the challenge is becoming, how do you stop being so focused you forget about other things, but not so general that you can't make a difference? And I think we battle with that a lot, to really kind of pinpoint those pieces. So I think there are areas probably we're okay, but we maybe don't even understand that we're doing okay and we've got the right things in place. And then there are areas where we know we need to put some focus. And ethnicity for us is one of those places. That is the area where I think we've got an opportunity to build a conversation and put some more kind of activity and action behind. So I think it's kind of it's just a very fine line, actually. I find that the hardest piece about where do you focus your time and how do you deliver that action. But I'm pleased with where we've got to, but there's a piece around how do we bring this much more into our day-to-day work? How does it become who we are as a business, not just a set of activities we put on the side? And that's the values piece for me. How do you utilise your values to help that?
Well, it sounds like Zarina's resource groups have helped her, get the plate spinning and keep the momentum, whilst then being able maybe to move the focus into the next area where you've had less success. Maybe there's some lessons learned amongst ourselves here as well for organisations. But Vicky, what about you? How are you doing at Alpha, and where are your pinch points?
Yeah, I mean, very similar to Zarina and Susie, really. But I guess, what Susie was just saying there about the focus, that is difficult to get that balance. And I suppose the two areas that I would say we've made most progress, one of those has been because of the employee resource group driving and keeping that in view, which is our LGBT plus community. It was one of the first that was established in Alpha, so it's had time to gain momentum and do some really good things within Alpha. So that employee resource group approach it's a really good resource to be able to help keep the focus on things, because you're right, Susie, it's you can focus on one area and focus too much on that, and other things kind of lag behind. The other area that we've made progress in is females into the organisation, but that's been driven more from a recruitment and attraction standpoint. So I suppose a slightly different angle to using the employee resource groups. and our women's community now is established and helping to support and drive the initiatives that we're wanting to do more from a leadership perspective. So, like a lot of tech companies, we've struggled to attract females into the organisation over the years, and probably the last 4 or 5 years had a much more targeted and focused effort around that, which is giving us some good results. Certainly a long way to go from a leadership perspective, but we're certainly seeing a lot more of our graduate intakes, being a 50-50 balance of male and female into the organisation. So,
and have you been setting targets, Vicky? Then in terms of the numbers on shortlists or things like that, or
yeah, we set ourselves a target in terms of the proportion of client-facing roles that we wanted to have as females, and we set ourselves 30% target this year for that, and we're just around the 30% mark. But going forward, I think that certainly in some other aspects of diversity, we need to be having targets around ensuring we're getting the right numbers through to interview at the very least, and that's probably an area for us to be a bit more focused around 2021.
I mean, if it's helpful, one of the things we did at Virgin was actually start to change the places we advertised roles. So we actually used the Scope website, for example, to put our roles, because we realised that in mainstream, disabled applicants were just getting lost. And the statistics about how many applications they have to make to land an interview, let alone a successful job, are truly terrifying. I mean, we think, I've been in the job market myself this last few months, and, it's a pretty tough one. But I imagine, if I had a disability and needed a fair amount of adjustment to make my role, doable, it would be that much harder. So I think, we've all got, those of us in the people community and certainly in, talent acquisition roles, have got an opportunity to just think outside the box a little bit about how we actually capture that market. And we made some very successful hires and saw our numbers going up quite significantly, placing our vacancies in different places, not taking them out of anywhere else, but just exposing them in new channels. So that might be something to think of. But yeah, I think we're all, by the sound of it, in a space of good progress on gender, but still more to do in ethnicity and other areas. So can I turn to now asking you for some of your personal lessons that you've learned along the way? Experienced, seasoned chief people officers, what are some of the things that you'd like to share? And maybe Vicky, you would lead with that.
Yeah, so I suppose the one that springs to mind is really that this isn't something that I need to do on my own. I guess, earlier in my career, I would have probably sat down. I'm responsible for culture and diversity and inclusion, and I would have sat down and pulled my plan together in isolation, thinking that I was supposed to deliver this. And now I spend the majority of my time listening, talking to people, discussing, encouraging people's ideas and supporting them, and recognize that it's not one person that's going to make this happen or maintain it, that actually it needs to, a truly inclusive culture means that everyone's got a voice and everyone's involved. So sitting in a dark room creating it myself is probably not going to get the right outcome. So that's probably, just taking that piece that says it's not just my responsibility, getting out there, collaborating, getting input, really feeling how people feel about things and working with people to create it, rather than feeling like I want to own this because then I can stand up and say I've done this at the end of the day. That's probably the big one for me.
The old sounds a bit like the old problem shared is a problem halved approach, but no. And what about you, Zarina?
So I've a little bit of a list, not a long one. I think the first thing is really I've learned this has to be about belonging. If you just stay in the diversity and inclusion place, because ultimately you want to create psychological safety, you want people to feel they can really be themselves. So I've certainly learned that over time. At the point we talked about, I genuinely think it's not just about the exec committee owning it. They have to really care about this. And you might have some ebbs and flows in that, but it is very difficult to do this if you can't, I guess, have that level of care as an executive committee. And the point around it has to be bigger than you. You know, back to what we just talked about. You can't run this as a program that you've got control of. You've got to let this go and have it breathing and thriving in the organisation, and others do stuff and be really comfortable with that, because you can't have, know everything, you know, because it's bigger, it's every interaction. I think the other thing is to value the small changes and not feel overwhelmed, because, the things you're doing, to some extent, we're never going to get there. There's always more opportunity, but, small things will have made a difference to one individual and how value they feel and what they go home and talk about that evening. And so I've kind of learned to value those really small things and not to feel overwhelmed. And I think, there have been times where I have to think, are we making enough progress and are we transforming the culture? So I really value the small things now, because I do think they genuinely make a difference to people's lives and how they feel.
And have you got any examples of a couple of small things? Any stories that bring that to life?
Yeah, I mean, again, back to this being open and vulnerable, and we ran some sessions where we did just have conversations about experiences people had had, whether they were positive from an inclusive point of view or not. And I had an employee come to me afterwards and say, I've shared and disclosed things in that session that I've held on to for the last 5 or 6 years about my disability. And that's completely changed and taken, so much off my shoulders. And that was really emotional. And through creating a conversation, she felt very different, both personally and about being at Britvic. And it was one small thing, but it's fundamentally enabled her to feel very different about something, as an example.
I imagine the impact was amplified for the people hearing her from her as well. I remember sharing a story when we were doing a piece around education around disability. I'd gone to one of these network breakfasts that we get invited to all the time and gone along, and it was with Scope, and great number of people sharing examples of how they'd done things. And this was fairly early on in the journey, so I was literally going to fill up my notebook of where do you start sort of stuff. And I met a gentleman who had spina bifida, and so he had one very short arm and one long arm. And I stood in front of him to greet him and wasn't sure the protocols of shaking hands. Did I put my hand out naturally to shake what would have been his disabled arm, or did I shake his normally grown arm? And it was just an awful moment of awkwardness and uncomfortableness. And I remember just saying, I don't know, what would you prefer to this gentleman? And he was so lovely. And he said, I'd like you to shake this arm, and held out his shorter arm. And do you know what? I've shared that with a few people, and I can feel myself slightly colouring now with the remembered embarrassment. But I think being vulnerable, even when you're in a senior leadership role in the people team, when you're supposed to know everything about diversity and inclusion and belonging, and clearly we don't. We're all learning every day. But it created a super teachable moment, and has made me feel much more comfortable about just asking an individual, because there's no right and wrong. It was with the most positive of intent. So yeah, that's my own personal learning, is to admit your vulnerabilities and ask for help, and just say when you don't understand, whether you're in the people team, in the business, or wherever you are. But Susie, how about you? What about your personal learnings?
I think mine's kind of linked to that, actually. So I think there's a piece around everybody everybody's kind of on a slightly different journey with this, and therefore I think not forgetting education through all this has been really key. I think you can either expect or are expected to know everything in this space, and that kind of vulnerability and being able to ask questions, but not being afraid to learn and keep learning all the way through, I think has been really key for me. I think we've expected it to be right, we'll fix it. And to a point earlier, I don't think we're never going to fix it as such. It will continue to evolve and keep moving, and we need to move with it. And I think we should be open to that. So for me, it's how do you kind of take people along with you in the right way has been a big part for me.
That's a great segue to, we've only got a few more minutes. So my last question to you would be, how do you bring those other people on board the agenda so that this is not the domain of, the chief HR officer or chief people officer or our D&I lead? How have you, and what advice would you give those watching to help shift that from being a people challenge to being, an opportunity for the whole business?
I think,
Serena, you going to go?
Yeah, I think it's hearing from others and other voices rather than from myself or the HR team. And by that, I mean different employees telling their story just creates an emotional connection on the difference it can make to them personally and how they would feel about being at work. And I found that certainly with the executive team or the leadership teams, when you make it really personal for them and for the individual, that just opens up a completely different conversation versus me talking about it and trying to convey how people feel.
Thank you. Vicky?
Yeah, I would agree with Zarina. I think actually the very first experience I had of Alpha, it was the Friday before I joined. On the Monday I joined the company conference, and one of the slots at that conference was an employee standing up and talking about being bisexual and their journey and the experience that they'd had growing up with that, and having a stage to talk about how they felt helps other people to then be able to talk about their experiences. And for me, I just felt I was joining a company where gosh, if people feel this comfortable in talking about things that are so very personal to them and they're supported and encouraged to do that, then this was the right decision to make in terms of joining them. But it's finding those people around the organization who are comfortable to talk and to champion things, and then others want to get involved, and it grows from there. But yeah, it's finding those people that are happy to share their own experiences that then gives other people the confidence to do it themselves.
Thank you. And Susie, last word from you.
So I think for me, it's absolutely those bits, and then I will always go back to there is a role that data plays in this for those people that like numbers. So I think having the conversation and having the kind of verbatim commentary and storytelling helps one bit, and then I think data helps bring the other piece to life. So the combination for me is really powerful. The reality of where we are and then what we could be works really well.
Thank you. Well, I've really enjoyed this conversation. I mean, it's impressed upon me how everyone is making an effort and you are involving large numbers across your organisations, and that whilst they're very different, from cinemas to IT to FMCG, many of the challenges are exactly the same. Definitely that piece around data, that measuring is quite hard still, and potentially that the employee opinion survey affords an opportunity to unlock, whether it's through verbatim comments or through some data specific points, some good news there. But I've really enjoyed it. Thank you all. And to everyone watching, if you are live outside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booth during the next 15-minute ad break before the next panel. Don't forget, though, if you have to get back to something else, you can catch up on the content post the summit on demand at www.dialglobal.org. And we would really appreciate hearing any thoughts that you have on making the Dial Global Summit more inclusive. Please do let us know. And our last request is that you don't forget to tag the Dial Global and use our social media handle, which is #MovingTheDial. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better.
Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
"2020 has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record. And we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Black Vote and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
organization, young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Dial Global Virtual Summit. This panel is entitled LGBTQ+, being welcomed and accepted as you are. My name's Colette King. I am HR Director of Studio and I'm Studio Retail, and I'm delighted to be your chair this afternoon to discuss a topic that is close to my heart and all of our panel members today. We are joined by three inspirational leaders who I'm delighted to welcome to the Dial Global Virtual stage. They are Sandy Gould, VP, Talent Acquisition, Learning and Diversity and Inclusion from Verizon Media, Stella Smith, Founder and Chief Executive Officer at Perks, and Nancy Kelly, Chief Executive Officer at Stonewall. Welcome, everybody. Now, is your company a welcoming place for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and binary employees? The everyday experiences of LGBTQ+ employees may tell a different story. While diversity and inclusion have climbed corporate agendas over the past decade, many LGBTQ+ employees continue to face discrimination, discomfort and even danger in the workplace. How can leaders create inclusive teams that allow trust, openness and authenticity for every type of sexual orientation? Before we go into detail, it would be great to learn a bit more about each of you and why you are all so passionate about diversity, inclusion and belonging. So Sandy, if I can go to you first for an introduction.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Excellent. I'm thrilled to be here. So I grew up as a sick kid who faced some health challenges when I was young. And I had been told, I'd been guided that I would not have a lot of energy, I would struggle with health all my life, and I wouldn't get to play sports and games like the other kids. But I had four benefits in my favor. I had very strong, determined parents. I had siblings who argued all the time and still do. I had the opportunity to really study people deeply, and I read comic books. And what I learned from those lessons were every person is different. From their difference come their superpowers. Anything is possible if they realize that and then choose to defy limits. And everyone has superpowers. And so what happened was, by the time I was 16, I was all pro football, basketball, and track. And that taught me an important lesson that any limits could be overcome. I also knew that I was a young Jewish kid, I was gay, and I was destined to really help other people come to discover and unleash their superpowers because I saw the beauty in each person and that difference. And so at that point in time to now, many years later, I'm married to a wonderful Black man, and so we have a great interracial relationship. And I also have interculture and interfaith relationships with many people in the community. And so what I've come to do is really find and seek out companies to work for that I knew championed that kind of difference, that not just accepted that difference, but celebrated it and utilized it for the superpowers and difference that would help them create and change the world. And so that's been both the mission and my passion. And I think it's important now more than ever that we continue to celebrate and raise up that difference.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sandy. Lovely to hear from you, and looking forward to hearing more about the superpowers as we go through the next 45 minutes or so.
Awesome.
Stella, over to you.
Yeah, sure. So, look, I think I probably don't have the incredible superpower story, but I am a female CEO of a tech company. So I start as a minority, just and then add on top that I am gay and I have a daughter of 2 years old as well. So I think that for me, it's kind of personal. Of course, I'm a leader in my workplace, but actually there's a part for me that makes me passionate about it. In answer to your question is, I've got a daughter that when she grows up and goes to work, I'd like it to be kind of different to where it is now. And I think the bit I'm most passionate about, and I have to confess, I don't have the background of the other panelists in terms of knowing this part of how we should operate inside out and back to front, but I do know what I do. And I think that for me, when I think about diversity and inclusion, I almost feel that diversity is a quantitative measure, it's a number. And that actually you need inclusion before you get diversity. So for me, I think that the bit I'm passionate about is the inclusion, clearly the whole thing, but that in order to have diversity, you need to get inclusion right first. And I think that's where I sit. So I'm hoping to learn from this panel, as well as share my thoughts as we progress through today's session.
Brilliant. Thanks, Stella. And Nancy, over to you.
There's a lot to follow there, right? I guess I'm really influenced by I grew up in a lot of poverty. I'm a working class queer woman. I'm a lesbian that grew up in poverty. And I feel really lucky to have got where I am. And it means that I really believe in our potential, in all of our potential. And I really believe that everybody has the right to be safe and the right to thrive. And I have like a really kind of, when people get called social justice warriors as an insult, I always think, God, what a great thing to be. I grew up to be a social justice warrior, and it's kind of born of that sense, like when you have my kind of background and you do well for yourself in different ways, and Sandy will have had the same experience. People go say, you must have worked hard. And I did work hard, but you know what? I was really, really lucky as well. I was lucky, and people shouldn't have to be lucky. We should be tearing down those barriers so each generation finds it easier and
Brilliant. Sorry, lost you there for a second. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, great to hear from you all. I know we're going to have a really interesting debate over the next 45 minutes or so. And great to hear, just briefly in terms of some of your backgrounds and your stories there so far. So, I can link in with everything that's been said so far. And Nancy, back to your point, I think, I talked to Layla about this a couple of weeks ago in terms of just having those role models, visible role models who are out there and comfortable in the community and in who they are, and being able to share then that and feel comfortable about who you are, and share those experiences, I think really, really links into the belonging piece. So, feeling comfortable coming into your workplace and being happy about who you are, being able to share those experiences about who you are. Certainly from my perspective, that's helped me through my career to date, and I'm really proud of where I've got to. So I think we've all certainly got that in common so far. So great to hear from you all. So we've got a few questions to get through this afternoon. And the first one, I'd start off with Sandy, to you on this one, please, if you don't mind. What would you say was the action that had the biggest impact on your organisation's inclusion of diverse sexuality?
I would list a few. The first one I would start with was we addressed expressing our message at the doorway, because the doorway into a company is really defining of the identity of the company, of the impression the employee has who joins, and how everyone feels about the values of that company. So we're very focused on new hire, and some of the things we did at new hire were we made sure we told people in that first new hire session on their first day, you are here to change things. You are here to bring your authentic difference and diversity and use that to help us create and innovate. And it was also important to us that they heard that message coming from senior executives who would attend their first day session. And we also have had our CEO do that as well. And now that's something he's requested to do regularly. So very important to connect people to the mission, but also that they hear about the most important things in the mission, the top primary CEO goals, and that one of those goals, along with revenue and profitability and customers, is diversity and inclusion, because we're going to embed it in the way we do everything: products, services, organization, people, give back. So very important to meet that at the doorway. One of the things we also say to the employees is we tell them that their superpower comes from their difference, but we also tell them we really believe in difference plus imagination equals innovation, so that they see the translation as to why we value this, why it drives business, why it drives culture, and why we really want that in them as we express it in ourselves. It's also important that they see us show up authentically. So I show up in sequins a lot because I love wearing sequins. And that's something I love about the company I work at, is that they celebrate that. And, you know, they draw light from it, and they make me feel great about it too. So another thing I mentioned is CEO driven. Super important that they see this as a business priority, and that they understand we say it, we do it, we reward it. Because everyone knows what a company rewards is what really matters to them. Mm-hmm. So you have to storytell and make sure people understand success came from a different idea that somebody had when they challenged the ideas we already had. So we like to give those examples. The other thing I would say, one of the biggest things is, do they have your back? So having your back, like I've got your back, is a real telltale sign of support and investment. And I can think of examples like Trans Defense. So I remember when one of our ERGs, one of our employee groups, actually the PRISM LGBTQ group, found out that the White House in the United States was considering trying to force gender classification based on birth gender. They made us aware. And within a few days' time, across all of Verizon and Verizon Media, we communicated to our employees that we were going to protect them, that their benefits would be protected, and that we would always honor their right to define their gender classification. So I think those kinds of things are very indicative of the fact that it's clearly a value, but you have to tell the employee that walking in the door, and then they have to see it consistently throughout their entire experience, coming from leadership as well. And finally, you have to celebrate it. I will tell you, one of my fondest memories was we had a candidate we hired who notified us after being hired, but before starting, that they were going through transition. And we said, great. And we said, we'll make your manager aware. It's all awesome. You know, you're welcome. And we're excited for you to arrive. Then they arrived and had an amazing experience. And I think that was really probably surprising to them, and something that made me very proud of our company. Another experience a few months later, there was an employee on a team going through transition, and the managers threw a party for their transition. And they reached out to me and said, hey, is this okay? And I said, no, it's not okay. It's amazing. Like, I love that you thought of that and that you're doing that. I think that's such a wonderful thing. And then the vice president of the team ran into me a few days after the party and said, thank you for supporting that. And I said, are you kidding? I said, you just made us such a greater place and community. I mean, thank you for coming up with that idea and doing such a beautiful thing. So I think those things are super important in the culture.
Fantastic. And what kind of feedback, Sandy, have you had through some of those initiatives that you've seen land really well? What kind of feedback have you had from your employees there?
You know, I think the employees, I think there's two kinds of feedback. One is they're very appreciative of us showing that kind of personal commitment. Mm-hmm. And, you know, from everything from new hire all the way through to having your CEO and having leaders talk about it and engage you on it, just demonstrates that you're an employee who's also a leader of the company. You matter. If the CEO and other executives are meeting you on day one and engaging you and care about what's going on in your personal life and the identity of who you are, clearly you matter. And so I think that's nice feedback to get. That's empowerment, which causes a lot of great leadership. I think the other point of feedback, and it won't surprise anybody, is that, and we joke about this all the time, everyone has a different idea about how diversity should be run. And it's sort of ironic, right? Because everyone thinks it should be run one way, but if the word is diversity, that means not just one way, right? So that's at least part of what it means. And so, you know, we want to make sure we're always listening to the comfort zones and the needs and the interests of many different people. I know I often have made the mistake of assuming everyone will like something a certain way. Some people like it that way, and that's never true. So you have to make sure that you maintain a flexibility and that you're continuously listening and learning to what is making people feel empowered and supported, and what helps them to grow and to be able to bring their authentic self into the workplace and to shape the workplace with their authenticity as well.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thanks. Stella, Nancy, anything on the back of what we've heard from Sandy that you can think of that's had that big impact?
I just want to build on something that Sandy said, which is to do with kind of what an organisation values, right? So I think one of the things that's really transformative is that you hire LGBT people, that you hire them at senior levels, that you promote them. All of these things, often in companies, the diversity, whether it's kind of race, LGBT, etc., is kind of captured at the bottom of the organizational grades, and showing in a really practical way that you're going to invest in LGBT people is really important. And the other thing, again, just to build, I was really pleased to hear Sandy talk about the kind of role of employee reference groups. I know at Stonewall, obviously, we attract a lot of LGBT talent, and you would expect us to. But certainly our own internal staff networks are hugely transformative for us. So we're having a fantastic conversation, or at the beginnings of a fantastic conversation, about how Stonewall engages with people who identify as asexual or and the kind of that conversation is being driven by our own staff network and what they're able to bring to the table in helping us as an organization understand that community. So I think for me, it's people, but I really want to kind of endorse what Sandy said about, it's not just about talk, it's about the organization demonstrating the ways in which it values LGBT people at all levels.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks. Stella, anything else to add in?
I think really just the fact how both, well, number one, I've taken loads of notes, Sandy, so loads of things to write down and take away. But I think it's really about giving everyone a voice, and I think I took from what both of you have said so far is making sure that there's a recognised space to give people a voice, and taking that across the whole organisation is a smart thing to do as a business owner. Like not just as a champion for diversity and inclusion, but actually you end up with end results that are better because you make that decision from a commercial perspective. So for me, it's that balance of finding the two and giving the voice to everyone and making it deliberate. I think I'll take that from Sandy's words.
And I really love that we've got your back bit. If somebody comes in and feels that they're in a safe place, and they can trust the organisation, and they can trust their colleagues, and they can trust that we will do the right thing as an employer. I just think that's so important in terms of, again, back to the belonging and people feeling comfortable to come in and be themselves. So, Brill, some fab stuff there. So thank you for that, Sandy. We're going to move on to Nancy on this one. And we'd really love to hear just some of your personal lessons on how to tackle uncomfortable subjects and difficult conversations without that default to being defensive. So any personal insights into that would be great.
So firstly, I'm going to share my real insights as opposed to a nice pat answer. So I've thought a bit about the conversations I've found most difficult as a leader, and I'm going to share some insights from that, me being honest. So I think there's something really important about knowing yourself, right? And, you can say things like leave your baggage at the door, etc. But what does that really mean for those sorts of conversations that are challenging of you? And for me, that's something about being aware of your own triggers, of your own sore spots, and also being aware of your own style. So I'm a fixer. You tell me there's a problem, I try and fix it. It's the worst possible thing to do if someone is telling you that they have had like a difficult experience with your company or your own leadership. The worst possible thing to do is to kind of go, let me fix it right now, because you're not listening, right? So for me, I have to be really aware that that's my style, and that's one of my kind of triggers in those sorts of uncomfortable conversations, is not to rush to fix it. So kind of know yourself is my number one tip. My second tip would really be like make space. And kind of, I think about the idea of like radical acceptance, because I think when you say make space for the feedback or make space for the input, it implies like comfortableness. And what I've really found is that sometimes good feedback comes in bad packages. Sometimes people that are expressing themselves in a way that you find really difficult, sometimes it's someone you don't like. And it's really, really easy to kind of dismiss or sideline what they're saying to you, but actually kind of having a radical acceptance and going, I'm just going to listen to all of it, and I'm just going to sit with it and sit with it a bit longer and not react to it. I've definitely learned a lot from kind of taking that approach. So not just making the space for feedback, but kind of really listening, including to people that you might normally think this person's not worth listening to. And then I think rinse and repeat, right? Often difficult conversations, it's not one conversation, it is a conversation over and over again. And I think particularly for leaders to not be like, okay, well, I've had that conversation and now I'm ready to move on, to understand that you need to come back to it and come back to it until you've really worked it through as a person and as a business. I guess the third thing for me is learning to sit with discomfort and being uncomfortable and helping other people sit with discomfort, not trying to make it feel okay. Often uncomfortable conversations are uncomfortable, and just letting them be uncomfortable is really important. And then I think the kind of steps for me are like, you listen some more, then you try and do a bit of learning, and then maybe do something different, but listen to what people are telling you they want done. You know, don't just rush to that do. And I guess kind of the final thing, just because it's always been great for me, and I often remind myself kind of how to do it, is like give good apologies. So very, very often, particularly when we're in positions of leadership, and I 100% do this myself, you can fall into like rubbish apologies, sort of, I'm sorry that you felt that way, I'm sorry if you felt that way, that kind of stuff, right? So remembering the rules of a good apology. So what is that? Remorse, I'm really sorry, and sound like you mean it, right? Number 2, you take responsibility. That I did that thing, not that you felt that thing. I'm really sorry that I said that. I shouldn't have said that. Make amends, like fix it, and then promise to do better. So I think that kind of when you're in those difficult discussions, particularly as a leader, you are going to get things wrong, and you are going to be told you've got things wrong. Giving a proper apology, I guess, is a great opening to that listening. So those are kind of my reflections on some of the conversations that I definitely have found difficult and still find difficult. And I hope to have more tips that I've learned over difficult conversations over the next 12 months, right?
And that's it, isn't it? Every conversation is a new conversation, and you learn something different every day. And I think, you know, as you become more senior in your career, as you said right at the start, it's too easy to jump into fixing mode and not just taking that time just to step back and listen to really what's being said, and just take that feedback. Yeah. As you say, create that space. It's so important. Sandy, Stella, anything from you? Or any personal experiences you'd like to share?
Yeah, so that really resonated for me. First of all, because HR people are fixers. So we all go into it to fix. We all have to unlearn that. So it's such a great point you made. I love that point as soon as you said it, because I'm like, oh my gosh, we all do that. In the last few months especially, but I just think over time, the more you do, the more you get more learning and more leading. And certainly in diversity and inclusion, the less you know. And you realize it. And so you're unlearning faster than you're learning. And you're realizing all your assumptions. So I can't tell you how many mistakes I've made in the last few months, but I will give you one example where I was talking with the company, and I was talking about an example of a situation to connect it to a situation a diverse employee had brought up. And afterwards, one of the employees sent me a comment and said, hey, they felt like when you mentioned that, it didn't feel great. And so I called the person who told me that, and I said, can you help me understand why? Like, I thought I was doing this. Can you help me understand how it was received? And she did a really great job of breaking down sort of the way the person took the comment, as if I was turning it from about them to about me. Yeah. And she was exactly right. And as soon as she said it, I was like, oh, wow, that is exactly right. And I have to be comfortable knowing that I have to make it less about me. And as you can see, I like things about me, and more about the person I'm trying to help by, like you said, listening versus fixing or jumping in. And so those things happen very regularly, that someone will say to me, hey, you know, Sandy, you could have done this way. And like you said, owning it is super important, being sincere, and then thinking about how you'll change going forward, but staying open to that learning. And I love what you said also about being comfortable with the discomfort. One of my favorite proverbs is an old proverb that says, if you're feeling off, don't worry. It just means your being is getting ready to change. And I think that's just a powerful, beautiful thing. Oh, adorable. Oh my gosh, they're so adorable. So the other thing, super adorable, by the way.
Very cute, very cute.
That's the baby's coming home from school, sorry.
It's life. That's what we're talking about here. The other thing I would say is one or two things we've done that I think have really helped is we have open conversations with the whole company. They're safe spaces. They're ask me anything for managers. And we have a lot of tough conversations and a lot of painful ones and sometimes very tough debates. And in those, a lot of times myself and others will say, hey, we made a mistake. This is the mistake we made, or give us feedback and then own it in those conversations. So as leaders, you have to model that should be happening and that brings power in learning, not that the vulnerability is a weakness. It's a power, right? And so we have to model that. We have to stay curious. And we have to help everyone understand, if we were scientists, we wouldn't call it failure. We'd call it experiments. So we have to remember that and constantly be learning as this is a good thing, even though it won't always feel great because sometimes you mess up, right? So thank you for saying all that. Really stimulated some great ideas and tips.
Yeah, and I think
thank you, Sandy.
From my perspective, I think that whole listening piece, I mean, I'm in a growth company, so that's 26 people big, not the Verizon size, right? So I think if you can build a culture that's based on trust and mutual respect, it's far easier to have those uncomfortable conversations, not even discomfort. You can actually have a truly uncomfortable conversation, and it's okay because you've managed to foster that culture where it's okay to get uncomfortable and have discomfort and disagree, and that's still okay and welcomed. And I think that my challenge as a CEO is, as we get bigger, how do you keep that culture at scale? And I suppose where I can learn is to look into things that other leaders or HR leaders specifically in organizations that are much bigger manage to adopt that culture of listening through something that's far bigger than where I sit now. And so for me, it's very valuable. And I think it's that, how do I replicate it going forward?
I love that you said that. I just want to mention one thing. A big learning for us about at scale, which we're always still learning and figuring out, is so much about shifting from something you're trying to direct to something you're empowering, like Nancy said earlier, empowering, learning, and then continually distributing leadership across the company. So if you bring people in, you're hiring people in the door and saying, these are values we believe are really important, and you're hiring people who have similar beliefs and bring new beliefs, so they add to the culture. Then as it grows and scales, I think the trick is for us to let go of control and learn and empower and distribute and trust.
Yeah. I think all my team are watching you. So for my team that are watching, be prepared to be empowered even more so.
I know it's scary, but it's good.
Yeah, cool.
That's great.
And that, there's a real theme there right through it. We talked about it early on in terms of the new hire experience and even, right up front in terms of that employer brand and being out as an employer and welcoming people into the organization, so they don't even need to second guess about how comfortable they're going to be if they're offered a role when they join that organization. So there's that whole journey of whilst people are even looking at the organization and doing that research. So it's really important. Brilliant. Thanks. So Stella, I'm going to come over to you next for the next question. And on reflection, what do you feel you've got right along the way, and what would you say you could have done better?
Okay, so I think the big thing we've got right is probably the big thing we've got wrong as well. But I'll start with, particularly given that I'm gay, I hope that I've started from a good point because I'm a CEO. So everything we've got, gender neutral language, we have policies that have all the right things that should be in there. When I had my child, it says about my partner, not that I've got a husband, that I had a wife at the time. So, we've got all of that as would be expected, but you don't find everywhere. So, that's the starting point. But the thing I think we've got really right, and it may be because my team have been with me for a multitude of different business interests, is we've definitely got that equal opportunity bit right. And by that I mean, I think I was very lucky. And again, I don't know all the correct words and terminology. These kind of panels for me are actually quite scary in case I say the wrong thing when I'm well-meaning. And I think that my starting point is that, I really don't care how old somebody is. I don't care where they're from. I care about what job they do. And more importantly, I take that down to attributes and attitude and who the person is. And I mean, I've got a 25-year-old FD, and I suspect that, and we're quite a successful company, right? And that's not normal to have a 25-year-old FD. And I've got my PA is a 18-year-old apprentice, you know, arguably in an organization of our, and that's because they're bloody good at their jobs. It's not because of who they are and even what age they are. I suppose what my, and you know, I think everybody does have a voice. So we've got a very flat culture in terms of everyone can stand up with an idea or a piece. So I think we've got that very right. It doesn't matter how old you are. I think we're so small, and maybe so we're so small that we don't necessarily have enough diversity. You know, that quantitative measure that I suggested at the beginning. So I think we've got the inclusion bit right as we stand, but we could probably work harder as we grow bigger, because we just don't have the numbers to be able to show, you know, true diversity across every different angle that you'd want. But it's definitely diverse in terms of age, where people are from, you know, gender, sexuality. We've got everything in there, but actually we don't really reflect on it. So for getting it right, I also think that's where we get it wrong. And if I'm really honest, and is, you know, the whole Black Lives Matter piece, when that came out, I realized that it's not good enough that I grew up in a household where everybody was dealt with on merit. You know, my mum and dad were great. It wasn't a problem I was gay. You know, I just brought a girl home instead of a boy for you know, Sunday lunch one day, and that was fine. And how lucky am I? But I think that the problem with that is I haven't taken positive action, therefore. And it was on, you know, and this is my own, I haven't done it right, is I thought it was okay just because I felt like I was good about it. And what I didn't do was stop and take a very positive move. And it was, in fact, Colette, it was you when we met a couple of weeks ago, you gave me a really silly little tip. You said, well, it was probably silly to you, but to me, I was like, do you know what? Of course. And that was that as a business owner, I'm rushing ahead, trying to make £1 billion company and save 1 million lives and do all of this good stuff. And what I didn't stop to do was put the Stonewall logo on our careers page. Now, how silly is that as a gay person? Right. I just didn't think of it. And you know, the one thing when we had our sort of conversation was around the fact that, you know, I've been really lucky. I mean, I worked on a trading floor in my late 20s as a gay female, and I ran quite a big proportion of it, you know, and you know, as gay, female, young, it's not really, they're quite roughy, tufty, big guy traders on a trading floor. And, you know, I didn't really even notice. You know, the only thing that I found truly difficult, and this was why your comment about putting the Stonewall logo on was important to me, is it's when do you introduce that you're gay? Because, you know, you walk into a meeting, you do what you're supposed to do in your meeting, you turn up, you know, I'm good at my job, I'm going to do my thing. But then when do I say my wife, or my ex-wife as is now, when do I say that point in a conversation? Because there is a point and you don't know how it's going to land. And you know what you said to me is put that little Stonewall logo on. That's going to mean that I know it's okay to say at any point. And I think that would make a really practical difference to people like me. And so I think, you know, what we got right is definitely, it doesn't matter who you are in my company, as long as you've got the right attitude, that's okay. We'll work with you, right? And we'll get you to where we need you to get. I think where it's also our downfall, because we're okay, it means that we've stopped looking to be excellent and to push boundaries and to move for change. And I think if I want it to be good for my daughter, then I need to move for that positive change. So I need to look for those tips and tricks and things to do. So our way of getting it wrong and our way of improving is to focus on experts like yourselves, everyone on this panel, and actually learn from you and take those tips and tricks to make it practical. Because talking about it is all well and good, but I want to actually make it happen. So that's our right and wrong.
Brilliant. Thank you, Stella. That was fantastic. Lots of great PR there for Stonewall and getting the logo all over the front of your careers page. So I
mean, why everybody do it. Everybody should do it. If you're going to be inclusive, put the blooming logo on your company page. I mean, but I didn't even think. You know, it was just not thinking. And actually, if we think as leaders, we can change things without actually. I mean, all I have to do is email tech and say add it on. It's not difficult. You know, and you make it a better place, right?
Brilliant. Fab. Conscious of time, guys, just hand over to Sandy or Nancy. Anything on that question that you wanted to just add in before we move on to the next one?
Sure. Two quick things. One, On the question of when do you introduce your, the idea of your wife or your identity, my answer is always when you would. So whenever you authentically would, you just should. The key, I think, that we all learn is that that's more about self-acceptance than how it's going to land. And one thing I think you don't realize is because you are a gay CEO, you don't realize how much everything you do is empowering people to be themselves, because they see you being yourself all the time in a really senior role. And I never realized that until an employee inside the company said, seeing that, someone gay got into this senior role means I can get into a senior role too. So that I think is so important. The only other thing I would say is, you mentioned something a lot of people talk about, which is, and I've said this too, we need to be able to hire more and grow more to be more diverse. But the truth is, it's not about that. It's actually about how diverse you are in everything you do, whether you are a company of 5 people or 5,000 people. And sure, being able to hire more and focus on it really helps. But I've actually found that sometimes when we were hiring less, we could get more diverse faster. Okay. And so it's about looking at everything you're doing. Of course, hiring is so important, but everything else.
How do you do that practically, Sandy? So like we're a team of 7 in the UK. Yep. How do I hire? How do I physically hire? How do I make it more diverse without just putting out, practically, how do you make that happen?
I think really you look at 3 things. You sit your team down and you say, let's talk about why diversity is good. Let's talk about how it helps us from a standpoint of innovation, of culture, of connecting, of the way we live our lives, because all humans crave difference. And if every one of us was the same as every one of us, we'd all be pretty bored, right? Yeah. So showing that it feeds the business and it feeds the culture and it will feed their life, right? As well as it'll encourage them to draw up their own identity and express it honestly. Even if you're 7 people, then you say, look, when we interview, when we hire, if we get interns, the people we work with, partners, in all those processes, let's make sure we are talking to a lot of different people before we make one hiring decision or 100 hiring decisions or partnership decisions or affiliate decisions or schools we're going to work with or people we're going to give back to. Every conversation we have, every effort we take, right? All those things are opportunities for us to think more diversely and to be more inclusive, right, as we do them. And you'll find, imagine you're going to expand from 7 people to 15. If you make sure all the interviews you do of those 8 people you're going to hire have lots of diversity, like at least 50% diversity in those discussions, you're going to start to see change. Everyone will start to see change, and you'll probably hire more change too. You'll always hire the best candidate, but you'll just see more people thinking, their lenses will broaden. And they'll start to see everywhere, like, oh, we're in a meeting and the 4 of us are talking, but 2 of us didn't say anything. Let's ask them what they're thinking. That's a moment of greater inclusion. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you. Nancy, anything you wanted to just add in to the end of that one?
No, that was
I mean,
so
we could
great.
talk all day, couldn't we?
Yeah.
We could talk all day. Okay, so last question I've got here, and Sandy, I'm going to pop back over to you. What would you say are the key steps you've identified going forward that are true game changers in this arena?
Okay, I'm going to go quick. I think of 4, and I'm going to go quick through them. So the first one that we stumbled upon, it was really because my bosses kind of forced us to do it, and it turned out to be such a great thing, is we have aligned all of talent. So we have recruiting, employee movement and growth, learning and development, leadership development, diversity and inclusion, and employee experience all together. So all those teams work together under one umbrella. And what that did, which was just an amazing discovery, but I would love to claim we thought it through beforehand, but it accidentally happened. We realized when we built, for instance, diversity programs across all those things, there was this continuity of being able to get hired and then grow and then learn and then become a leader and then go deeper in your immersion into diversity and inclusion and then get promoted and then repeat the cycle for the next wave of people. So we've just gotten more traction and we've been able to accelerate and amplify because all those efforts are aligned. And so as an example, right now we're rolling out this development program where people will go through a career conversation, then they'll go into training based on the career conversation, then they'll have assignments, then they'll get mentors, and then they'll have assignments in work that will give them growth opportunity, and hopefully they'll then grow. And so it's just become an interest, and we use the ERGs, the employee resource groups, to help us with that. And so that's been something very important to us as an impact. The second one we've talked about today is embracing failure. and knowing where we missed the boat on something. So a few months ago, obviously, when the tragic murder of George Floyd happened, we knew we wanted to kick off a racial justice action plan. And we were advised wisely by some of our employees, before you take action, even though everyone wants you to take action quickly, stop, listen, and learn. And there was so much we didn't know. So we talked to our employees, and honestly, our employees told us so much and helped us learn so much. And we took all those learnings and turned it into the plan for the Racial Justice Action Plan. So it was co-design with them. Instead of doing it for them or to them, it was with them. That was one of the best things we figured out. And so that co-design, to me, that empowerment, which we talked about before, is super important. And part of that is you're going to get called on stuff by your leaders all around the company, and you're going to mess up a lot. And you should just say, yep, you're right. We missed that. Let's do that. ERG, empowerment and activation. One of the most important things is not just to empower them, but don't overmanage them. They're a part of leadership of the company. Let them go and do things and partner with them on it. And so I will tell you that because we've approached it that way, and we have amazing employees in our ERGs, at Verizon Media in specific, half our employee base are in our ERGs, which is 3 times the normal number, right? And they do tons of things. And when something happens, they communicate, and we don't jump on and say, wait, hold on, we want to see that. They communicate, right? And of course, they have standards to follow, and we partner with them on things. But it's just knowing that you trust them, and them knowing you trust them, and letting them go, and then building together. And our ERGs talk directly to our CEO. So while they work closely with HR and D&I, they also talk directly to the CEO. They have their own direct relationship. I think that's key. One that our CEO encouraged was foundation. So we wanted to measure data. We wanted to take action. We wanted to make real progress. One of our learnings and failings we realized was that diversity had stalled over the last several years for everybody. And so as we were learning, we wanted numbers, and we wanted data, and we wanted to show action. And our CEO and employees said to us, build foundation to change behavior. Start with education and conversation. Then you can do as many data and actions as you want, right? And so not letting data suddenly be the essence, not letting action be the dominant, but certainly those are critical to make something valid, but building the foundation first of what's the behavior we want, what's the vision. And then finally, celebration. Celebration, whether it's a banner month for a diversity event, whether it's attendance at Pride, whether it's celebrating trans identities in the company and LGBTQ. I remember a story that I'm very fond of is when marriage equality was passed, Yahoo made a very big deal about that. And even though we knew that, and still Verizon Media knows this too, we do it as well, celebrating it, knowing that there are people, including customers, who aren't going to necessarily support that or be happy about it. And back in time, when we were first announcing marriage equality and that we were going to throw a big party and celebration and do a trans panel for it, someone sent me an email and said, you're going to be sending out the email to the company. And I assumed it was going to be the CEO at the time. And I said, why am I doing it? And someone jokingly said to me, because you're the chief gay officer. And I was like, what? And they're like, well, you're the most visible senior gay person. So we just think you're in the community. You should be sending the announcement and celebrating the event. And I just loved the thoughtfulness. Of course, I love the title. I'm still fighting to get that title. I love the thoughtfulness of it. And it came from not gay people. It came from allies who said that to me. And I just thought, wow, this is cool that they are this high on it and this proud of it. So I think those things are important for impact.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sandy. Stella, Nancy, anything before we finish up for the day?
No, just to endorse what Sandy said about the transformative effect of employee reference groups and also your communities. So the most transformative thing that we've done has been kind of really engaging with trans communities and becoming genuinely trans inclusive and advocates for trans inclusion, which has been hugely controversial for Stonewall in lots of ways and makes our life very different, but was completely the right thing. And that was driven through really deep engagement with communities outside of Stonewall, as well as within Stonewall, and understanding what the community at large wanted from us. So it's back to listening, right?
Definitely.
Always is.
Stella, quick thoughts?
Yeah, very quick. Just to take on board everything that the panel have said. And more importantly, I suppose it lands on me to make sure that in my business interest and to find other people like me that don't know to put the Stonewall logo on their careers page, right? So the more I can voice that, as a CEO, the more I can make it happen in my organization by listening and doing all the things that the guys have said. We should take it on board, and I'll be replaying this on the replay so I can make even better notes down.
Brilliant. Listen, Sandy, Stella, Nancy, thank you so much for your time on the panel this afternoon, and to everyone who's joined us today. I hope you found it insightful and inspirational debate. Some key things for me around celebrating your sequins, having each other's back, making space to listen, engaging with our communities, really key messages from the debate this afternoon. If you're live inside the summit, please look to the left of your screen for speed networking and virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget you can catch up on all the content post the summit on demand at www.dialglobal.org. And any thoughts on how to make the Dial Global Summit more inclusive, please do let us know. Don't forget to tag in Dial Global and use our social media handle #MovingTheDial. And we'll see you soon for our next panel in 15 minutes time, where we have more fantastic guests sharing their stories around diversity, inclusion and belonging. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better. Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
"2020 has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record. And we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Blackboat and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla Mackenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
RELX, and Read Business Information. Alice Choi, Chief Operating Officer, McCann Health Medical Communications. Now, we believe diversity is about more than gender, race, and ethnicity. It includes people with diverse religious and political beliefs, education, socioeconomic background, sexual orientation, cultures, and disabilities. And we believe having the full spectrum of diverse individuals included in a team can unlock more creativity, more innovation, and more profitability. But how do you harness each person's differences to create a cohesive team and drive greater performance? Before we go into detail, it will be great to learn a bit more about each of our panelists and why you are so passionate about diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So with that, let's kick off some introductions. Ruchi, do you want to kick us off?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ruchi Jala. I'm the Vice President and Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at BAE Systems, Inc. And I have been with the company for more than 7 years now, which I track with having my first child at the organization, and now I'm on my third. And in terms of my personal why, I believe that corporations have an immense power and responsibility to positively impact society. And so I've spent the majority of my career in the private sector in order to affect change from the inside so that it ultimately impacts the outside. And so I personally want to be part of creating a better future for my kids, my 2 girls, and my soon-to-be arriving baby boy.
Wonderful. That's really inspiring to hear. Jo, over to you for an intro.
Hi there, I'm Jo Portlocks. I'm a Director of Diversity and Inclusion within the RELX Group. I guess I'm really privileged because my job really aligns to what I'm passionate about and what I see as so important. And nobody's ever convinced me diversity and inclusion isn't important. So you know, I'm really passionate about making this embed within our organisations. And I just think as we're in the 21st century, leadership is all about empathy, authenticity, belonging, purpose, psychological safety. And that just really aligns to all the work that I love to deliver within organisations.
Wonderful. A few interesting choice of words there. Empathy, authenticity. I like that. And we'll explore that a bit more, I'm sure. But Alice, over to you.
Hi everyone, lovely to be here. I'm Alice Choi, Chief Operating Officer at McCann Health Medical Communications. So in my current environment, I'm very lucky to work with quite a diverse pool of individuals, both based in the UK and across the US and Canada. And I think for me, this is just so massively important, because I think time and time again, we see that having a more diverse and inclusive workforce really yields business performance benefits, and you end up with a much better output. From a personal perspective, like everyone else on this panel, it's something that I feel very passionately about. I really believe in fairness and equality. Just my personal background, obviously being one of the very rare ethnic minorities growing up in northwest England during the 70s, I've obviously felt the sting of racism more times than I would have liked. And on the flip side, coming from a Korean heritage, I've obviously also seen a lot of kind of gender discrimination culturally as well. So from a personal perspective, and as the mother of 3 daughters of mixed race, I'd really, like Ruchi said earlier, I'd really like to be in a position to create a much better environment and brighter future for my girls moving forwards.
Wonderful, really convincing, kind of the personal why. I like that approach to saying, what is my personal why? I guess for me, my personal why, I took up the role of co-sponsoring diversity and inclusion in EY was because I believe there's a lot of genuine, authentic talent that gets overlooked. And I think by building that talent, allowing people to be themselves and they prosper, we can actually impact the world and make it a much better place for everyone. So that was just a bit about my personal why. Just to kick off our discussions, it would be lovely to hear some of your personal stories describing the real actions and changes you made to ensure greater diversity at your organizations. And Joe, if I may ask you to lead us off on this one.
Yeah, so I started thinking about this. So number one, I think having a CEO who buys into the work that you do is just so critical before you start anything. So I think I've sort of initially spent some time with our CEO. Why do we want to do this? Why is this important for our organization? And then thinking about, okay, so what does our data tell us? Because I truly believe data informs kind of how you're tracking, and data is a great influencer within your organization. So we've really looked at what our data tells us, how we keep tracking it, where does that suggest that we need to take action? And really, when we were early on our journey, we started thinking about, okay, how do we educate people? We've gone through programs of firstly starting with unconscious bias training for all line managers and employees, then building on that to conscious inclusion or inclusivity training, and then also psychological safety training. So we really continue that educational journey of how this is so cultural and get people to kind of buy into the process around that. I truly believe you need ERGs, employee resource groups. We have 32. They've massively grown over the last couple of years and represent diversity in all its facets. And they're such a strong employee voice. They actually keep us all honest to ensure that our work is really impactful. And I think if I think more specifically this year, I think it would be fair to say that this year, particularly around race and inclusion, there has been a huge acceleration and focus around that topic. And it's driven a lot of change. Now, obviously, I'm always passionate about that change anyway, but it's really been a catalyst for change, not only in our organisation, but in other organisations. So this year we've kind of repivoted some of our activity. We've run courageous conversations, which are open dialogues around race and ethnicity. We've had 1,500 employees attend that, because before we get into doing, we need to get into understanding and awareness. And then we've really built on that, created an allyship program. We also now have a leadership inclusion council, which is made up of 13 leaders within our organisation, to keep reviewing our data, to keep us honest, to have that leadership advocacy, to make sure we're making the changes that we need to be doing.
Wow, that's quite a lot of work going on, and very interesting to hear and insightful. So appreciate that. Anything to add from Alice or Ruchi?
Yeah, I can say, picking up on the themes of leadership commitment, data, and storytelling, we've followed a similar path. A few years ago, we ran an inclusion index for the first time. And it was a way to understand from a cultural standpoint what progress we had made and need to still make. And when we looked at the data from different demographics and cuts, we saw some unusual things happening. So we said, why don't we go and ask people what's really going on? So we started with a group of senior leaders because we saw some differences in gender diversity in particular. And as we convened the group, the session was called Effective Partnerships Across Difference. And we put up this information and said, what does it say to you? Why are there these differences within leadership? And as we started to talk through some of these implications, it was really interesting that men and women at that particular level had not had conversations about the realities of working in that space. And so it was all in all, I think a 3 or 4 hour session. Honestly, I was scared before we were going into the session because it was nothing that we had done before. I said, I hope I have a job after this. But what we learned in that session was so powerful that people were able to share such vulnerability in terms of where they've been able to be successful and where they've been held back. And that's really started the process in understanding other people's perspectives. I had one woman who stood up and said, listen, I've been with this company for 25 years, and this is the first real conversation I've had around inclusion. So that really started that movement of where we've ended up today, again, with some of the racial tension and issues that we've been talking about in the workplace. Setting that groundwork, especially from the senior leadership level, was critically important to do that.
Wonderful. And Alice?
I guess just a few comments from me based on what Joe and Ruchi have said. So, Joe, I think you mentioned that it absolutely has to come from the top and it has to be authentic from senior leadership. And like both of you, we're very fortunate in our organisation that sentiment and desire is most definitely there. And Joe, you made another comment about some of the mechanisms that you have put in place, which we're also doing around the keeping you honest part. And I think it's super important that dialogue happens and that we are held accountable, and that any metrics and key performance indicators that we put in place are not only aspirational, but they have to be fairly realistic, but really importantly, they have to be transparent and widely communicated. So I think for me personally, those are the key things that really matter, about authenticity and accountability, because I think one of the dangers is that every organisation in the current climate is going to say that they absolutely want to drive this change and see this change, but people want to hear not just the rhetoric, but they want to see people walking the walk. So I think those are really my observations, and couldn't agree more with some of the measures and mechanisms that the two of you have put in place, and we are doing similar.
Yeah, and I guess I could echo the same on our side. I mean, we've been on this journey for a while, just looking at diversity and inclusion, and it's core to our strategy. Fair to say that the events early on in the year in the US have triggered renewed focus and energy in reprioritizing our focus on race in particular. And you'd have seen the anti-racism commitments that have come out, not just from ourselves, but from everybody else. But underpinning those commitments are real tangible actions. And I like the consistency of the theme around tone from the top and walking the talk, as it were, not just rhetoric. And I feel that we're starting to see a lot more momentum build up top down and momentum from the bottom up to drive more change through some of the activities that have been touched on by all of you, actually, which is great. I think there's still more to learn. I picked up a few things here which I think we're not doing, but yeah, very, very encouraging to pick up on that. I like the courageous conversations, the effective partnership conversations, the psychological safety bits. They are terms that we're still trying to develop and build up and make sure that we can really get into a space where people can be truly free to have honest conversations. But maybe let me just move on from that part of the conversation, and let's get a few more thoughts and insights into what are some of the key lessons and learnings and pitfalls to avoid when recruiting for diverse individuals. And Ruchi, maybe you can help us on this one if you take a lead.
Sure. Well, we've done some things that others may have tried. So there's diverse interview candidate slates, for example, especially for our senior positions, where we ensure that before a slate of candidates is interviewed, that we have enough diversity. We also have diverse panels, and those start at a certain level to ensure that we have a diversity of views that are evaluating those candidates. One thing that we've thought about in diverse panels, for example, is what's it like if you have the minority view? And I don't mean minority in the sense of an underrepresented dimension of diversity, but more having a perspective that's different from the rest of the panel. How do we ensure that that voice is heard, right? Because if you're one of three, maybe you're the most junior person on that panel, or maybe everyone's from the same function and you're the outsider. Or it could be a dimension of diversity. We sort of looked at that, but how do we ensure that we've created that safety? So we did an interesting study on a program we've run for a few years now. It's called VITAL, Valuing Inclusion Through Adaptive Leadership. It's a 4-day immersive program for our senior leaders. And they go through a lot of different insights around race and ethnicity, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, and really understanding the lenses of when they've been an insider in those groups and when they've been outsiders in those groups. And one of the things, and it's, we've been running it for a few years now, one of those things that we hear the most is that when they come out of the program, they say treating everyone the same is not treating everyone fairly. And so when that really gets tested, we've seen some really interesting results. So we looked at alumni from the program and their hiring and promotion records before and after the program. And we saw a 15% increase after they had gone through the program of hiring women and people of color. And when we, again, asked them about that, it was understanding that they were able to think critically and thoughtfully about the talent that they needed and what would best serve the makeup of their teams, not necessarily falling back on fit, which is really difficult to measure and not an objective view, really, and that gut feeling that you might get, right? So as they sort of went through the program, they alarm bell sort of goes off where they say, well, is this person like me and that's why I'm sort of gravitating towards them? Or can I look at the team and think, what are we missing? Right, and recruit for that. So that's one of the ways in which we've maybe taken an initiative that most people are looking at and ensuring that we didn't fall in the pitfalls of just having something that feels like a checkbox activity, to really understanding how we can utilize that for success.
Yeah. Opportunity for deep thought and reflection. I really like that leadership program. Joe, Alice, anything you've done in your organizations to ensure that diversity in recruitment, and any lessons that you've learned?
So I'll move on to Alice afterwards. I thought we were going to have that awkward British moment where we were going to do you go first. No, you go first. So yeah, I agree. I think all those process things like make a lot of sense. You know, how do you de-bias your process? How do you do training, panels, diverse people on panels, job descriptions? I sometimes steer conversations of diversity just away from recruitment, because a lot of leaders think it's about recruitment, and it is about recruitment, but you can't recruit your way out of a diversity problem either. You have to think about how you sustain and develop diverse talent as well. And I think increasingly, how are you going to attract diverse talent in? You know, companies are going to have to work so much harder. You need a diverse message. You need to say, what's the compelling reason? Why would you join our organization? Why is it inclusive? What symbols of inclusivity have you got within your organization? So we've put quite a bit of work into our employee brand investment, where we're reaching out. We do a lot of work in the US, so we particularly partner with some local historically Black colleges and universities to make sure that actually we've got a message and we're taking it to the right audience to also attract in diverse talent.
Thank you. Alice.
So for me, this is a really pertinent and difficult conundrum, because we have a very specific issue to our business. I don't think it's unique by any means, but a large cohort of our talent and staff are scientists. So one of the things that we seek specifically is scientific excellence, and often we're talking about the PhD level. So the inherent problem with that, of course, is that when you are looking for that sort of talent, you're fishing in an extremely biased pool. So as it happens, life sciences is you know, there's quite a dominance of females, less so males. But then when you're looking at things like race and social mobility, there are, you know, there's all sorts of issues there. So it's actually something that we're grappling with. I don't quite know what the right solution is, but we're exploring more social mobility initiatives. We're exploring looking at different types of academic institutions, you know, rather than those that are typically associated with the highest performing science, you know, traditionally. So it is something that we are grappling with, and it's a bit of a conundrum for us. So for us, that's very much a work in progress. We've identified it as an issue that we want to address. But I definitely, I mean, Joe and Ruchi, if you've got any super ideas that you can share, I'd be all ears on that front, because it is a difficult one for us.
Yeah, I mean, if I just reflect on where we are as an organization, and we've gone for a differential focus on gender and race, and within that, we realized that we're not getting enough Black talent through the organization. And we've done effectively positive action to try and attract more Black talent into the organization, and working with our charity organization, the EY Foundation, and actually made commitments to get access for young Black talent into internships, industrial placements, and then try and open those up even further into mainstream kind of consulting jobs and auditing jobs, etc., within the broader firm. Now that's a targeted action to cater for this one specific problem. That's what we're trying to do. But clearly diversity, as we've touched on, is a lot broader than that. And it's positive actions. We touched on data. I think understanding data and where the problems are, you know, is allowing us to make targeted interventions in specific areas as well as we move on. But very, very interesting. And other things that we do as well is we do blind recruitment. So the CVs come in and get rid of the names and the gender, and try and get everybody looked at the same, so that you can get rid of some of the biases. I mean, that's basic, but it's been done for a while. You know, we obviously debate that as well around whether we should implement that in some of the performance appraisal processes. Not yet in place, but it's a live conversation, a very interesting one. Because it could give you some very interesting outcomes when you start doing that. But let's see, maybe that will pick up momentum in time. as we develop the whole inclusion agenda. Why don't I move our conversation forward, and would love to learn how we can build trust, honesty, openness amongst visible and invisible diverse teams, and what advice you've got. I mean, we've touched on briefly on some of this in the very first question, but Alice, maybe you can lead us off on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, I think Joe and Ruchi have given some excellent examples of how we can build that trust. So I think for me, the starting point of trust is always transparency. That is always a precursor to trust, in my opinion. And as part of that transparency, as we discussed before, I think having that open dialogue is really important. And Joe, as we discussed before, you mentioned that authenticity of leadership, but I think authenticity of leadership isn't quite enough. I think we need a whole bolus of education to happen right from the top level. So within our organisation, we haven't taken it as given that authenticity is enough. We've been educating ourselves via a variety of mechanisms. We've done a lot of online sessions, some live sessions, some externally moderated sessions. We've done cross-learning between the US and UK teams. So I think it's important to acknowledge that education is still needed, even at the very top levels. What we've also done to encourage that trust, and Joe and Ruchi, you've both done very similar things, is we've created, we did this last year, but we created a diversity and inclusion council where it was basically an open invitation to all areas of the business and all of our locations, and junior, mid-level, senior, totally opened this up. And we've really invited the council to give us their open feedback. They elected to, and again, I think you guys have done similar things, they elected to run a group-wide survey to really gauge everyone's experiences and cross-company group thoughts on what's working well, what really needs to be different moving forwards. And then we're in the process of setting those very visible and open KPIs and metrics. And I think the thing about setting metrics is, and we mentioned this before, is that we have to be aspirational, but we also have to be realistic. So, for example, we have a high-performing senior leadership team, but at this moment in time, I'm the only ethnic minority on that team. So we have to be realistic, because clearly we're not going to say, okay, within the next 6 months, we're going to, have a turnover and have 50%, BAME representation, whatever. I think we've got to be open and realistic about what we can achieve, but never forget the aspirational part. So I think the transparency and the dialogue that you've all alluded to within your own organisations is super important, and making sure that that dialogue continues and is done in a very open forum. So that, I think, is really key to addressing the trust piece that you're asking about.
And Ruchi, Joe, interested in your thoughts on just sustaining the trust and honesty and openness piece. I know the events in the US have led to resource groups or employee networks kind of having the boldness and bravery to share a lot of the real lived experiences. But how do we sustain that on a going concern basis? Any thoughts from you two, just in addition to what Alice has shared?
Yeah, so I would say it's important for leaders to role model that openness and honesty, and that comes from being comfortable and saying you don't have all the answers, and inviting others to openly disagree with your points of view. So I think and I'll sort of take it from sort of general teams first, and then talk a little bit about from a race perspective in terms of what we've been experiencing. So, in terms of sort of individual teams, what I've seen is understanding individual motivations, so you can get a sense of what matters to them, and also what might encourage or discourage them from providing perspectives on the team. I had, a few years ago, a team built up, and we had this sort of rhythm of openly, challenging and so on. And when we had a new member come in, it was one of those things that for a cue for them was like, well, I don't know enough to really speak up in this conversation, right? And so understanding why they were particularly quiet, because it was a group of introverts, right? We were all introverts, but understanding that was the factor really then was, okay, well then maybe we need to stop once in a while and invite those perspectives in, because not everyone is ready yet to sort of throw in their points of view. And I think, knowledge is power. When you can pinpoint those particular cues, then you know that it's safe to speak up. And so where that really translates from a race perspective in terms of the conversations we're having now is, we're asking leaders to first talk about, how they've arrived in this moment, how they are ready to listen, and what they might not have known before, and what they know now, right? And so as we start the conversations, we have leaders go first, so that we can display that vulnerability and willingness to be open, and saying, I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. And sometimes I don't know what I don't know. And then having these employee stories being shared with some real pain that's been experienced. And then having the leaders really respond to that and saying, it's frightening almost, some of the stories that they haven't heard that have been permeating throughout the organization. And so they're also coming through with a better understanding and awareness of how they can create those environments going forward, not just in sort of these open town hall forums, but in every opportunity they have, whether it's a one-on-one, a one-on-few in terms of their direct reports, or one-on-many. And it's really sort of that learning process. And the only way we do it is consistency over time.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Yeah. And just to add in, I mean, I'm sort of in danger of agreeing with everybody too much, but I completely agree. I really believe in authenticity of leadership. One of our CEOs, I think in her maiden speech, let's say, was very open and just said, you know what, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm just going to try to make sure that the mistakes I make are not the big mistakes. And I don't know everybody, and I don't know everything, and my door is always open. We're doing, and we're kind of doing this over the next 18 months, but we want to do far more about self-identification, particularly around LGBTQ and disability, and gathering data. So for all I said about loving data, but my pushback is we have to make it a appropriate culture for people to want to share that data, that people have to see purpose, and that we're taking action with that data. And I think it's fine to always say we're not where we want to be, but we're committed to take actions to improve, and people really see that we're committed to change, and then people will share their data, share their thoughts, share their ideas. I'm a big believer in that culture of psychological safety. So when you speak up or challenge, is that embraced, or is that ridiculed or ostracized in some way? Because it's really those teams with cultures where they can manage conflict in a positive way, failure, if you like, in it as a learning experience, and have that trust and safety within the team. I mean, that's so critical for high performance.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more with you. I think just that role modeling, the vulnerability, and creating that safe space is crucial and important. And we're saying the same things, tone from the top, and walking the walk seems to be the same consistent theme across all the questions that we've been talking about, which is quite interesting. Maybe let's move on, because we will run out of time if we don't. Just what would you say is the best approach to avoid groupthink mentality at the highest levels of any organization? And Joe, maybe this one is for you to lead us.
Yeah,
an
absolutely.
approach to avoiding groupthink mentality.
Yeah. And you know what? I reflect on how we're all working at the moment, and I think virtual working is going to be here for a while. And I think actually that's going to become even more of a challenge, is when we're working virtually and we're not all connecting in the same way. How do you bring in that different thinking? Particularly also if there's an economic downturn, we're a bit less risk adverse. So I think groupthink will become a challenge. I really think leaders need to have their emotional intelligence sort of really dialed up for this, and really assume that all challenge is with good intent. If you're, rather have everybody speak and share different perspectives than people not say anything, because if people are not talking, please see that silence as a response, not as somebody disengaging or somebody not being interested. The person may have the best idea, but unless they vocalize it, it's really not of any value. So I always encourage, and I do this hopefully myself as well, be curious, ask questions, always assume that somebody will know something that you don't know, and it's whether they share it with you or not that's absolutely so critical. So I think it really comes down to those leaders to think about, are they going to invite dialogue? Are they going to use language that invites dialogue? Because I've seen many examples of leaders saying, I really want to hear from everybody. And then I've also heard leaders say, hey, if you disagree, you can tell it to my face. But you're like, well, you're not really inviting people to disagree positively with you. So as I said, I think this is going to be a big topic, and particularly as we move into the new normal.
Thank you, Jo. Alice, Ruchi, anything to add, to share on this particular question, avoiding groupthink mentality?
Yeah, this is another fascinating one, isn't it? So I think the reality is, so everyone says, gosh, let's not have groupthink mentality. But the reality is, if you want to avoid that situation, you have to be prepared for a level of discomfort and challenge. And as Jo said, you have to provide a comfortable framework for people to provide that constructive challenge. And I think there are proactive tools that you can use. So for example, a few years ago, a team that I was leading, we actually all took we did the predictive index test, and it was absolutely fascinating, because by actually doing that, it really highlighted where we were all really similar as a team and where we were different, and it was a bit unnerving, because I think we actually found that there were more areas of commonality than difference, and it actually gave us something to think about. So actually, when you're building your leadership team, I think my take-home message was, don't just think about your individual profile, but look at your collective team profile and make sure that you do need a certain amount of commonality, but make sure there are some important differences there, because if you don't do that, then I think you are in every danger of just molding into one uber groupthink mentality. So I agree with what Jo said. Try and make that constructive framework, but I think where you can actually use tools, you can measure some of those attributes and then go on and create that difference.
And Ruchi, your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, starting with a diverse team is critical, and understanding where that diversity is. I've found in our team, for example, we have a healthy balance of thinkers and feelers in order to sort of counterbalance some of the conversation we have. I've tried sort of a couple of things, and I like, Jo, how you sort of mentioned the time that we're in right now. A lot of the technology allows for this, but in large group discussions, when we know that there's something critical, is really using breakout rooms as a really practical example. Using breakout rooms to have very small group discussions, so that you can then compare them across that larger group. I've also tried to use a lot more of the one-on-one conversations ahead of a large group meeting, so almost like a pre-brief conversation, so that especially for people that I know are going to have views that are different from mine, and so that I can understand where they're coming from in a way, and this is, you know, a little bit of self-awareness also, but in a way that I can truly hear that perspective, as opposed to, you know, in a large group setting where I might feel a little more uncomfortable in, you know, addressing in that kind of point of view, right? So I think there's a couple of ways of doing this, and so when you get those one-on-one conversations and those perspectives built, then you can build them into the sort of final recommendation, as opposed to going in a group setting, especially in the virtual environment, putting something out there and saying any thoughts, and then silence. Or someone speaks up and then everybody sort of follows on that point, right? So I think, you know, at least in these last few months, it's been even more critical to ensure that the intentionality of seeking out those diverse perspectives is critical.
Thank you very much. I think let me just try and bring everything together on this as we wrap up. Just some of the themes that I've had just come through. But before that, maybe I should thank you for your candid and open, insightful discussions on this particular topic, which I've really enjoyed. And I found the discussion quite challenging, I guess at times, because I think there's more to do. We've done a lot, but I've learned a few things here. And maybe for those that are listening, watching from anywhere in the world, there's probably a couple of things just for me to highlight. There's something there about the tone from the top, which has come through as a consistent thread through all the discussion. There's nothing better than executives walking the walk or walking the talk, because if they walk the walk, the organization does change. And that's important. I heard quite a bit about authentic allyship as well coming through along the way. There's nothing better than somebody showing you the ropes or fighting the battles when you're not around, and making you feel really included, really valued. And I think we should continue as well the education piece and listening attentively and authentically. And then taking actions to ensure that we understand each other better and bring each other in when it really matters. And I mean, my final thought on this would be basic, I guess, at one level, but it's actually how do you continue to just be human and treat everybody the way you'd like to be treated? Because if we get to that place, I think we can truly get to a very inclusive place, and the workplace may be very, very friendly and productive, and we can achieve, you know, that creativity, that better innovation and profitability that I kicked off with earlier. And maybe with that, as I just wrap up, just to say, for those of you that are live inside the summit, please do take a look at the left of your screen for speed networking and the virtual booth during the ad break. Don't forget, you can catch up on all the content post the summit on demand at www.dialglobal.org. And any thoughts on how we can make the Dial Global Summit more inclusive, please do let us know. And don't forget to tag the Dial Global, tag in Dial Global and use our social media handle, #MovingTheDial. And see you soon at our next panel in 15 minutes, where there'll be time to hear from more fantastic guests and speakers. So thank you very much.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better. Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
20 years ago, a small group of United Nations and business leaders came up with a visionary proposal.
I propose that you, the business leaders here gathered in Davos, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared values and principles which will give a human face to the global market.
I always say part of Kofi Annan's genius was he invited business, but he also addressed civil society and labor organizations.
The mission of the United Nations Global Compact is to mobilize companies around the world to align their operations and strategies with 10 universal principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption.
For me, the UN is the beacon of principles, values, and humanism in the world.
(2020) has opened all of our eyes to the shocking inequalities that still exist around us. But there's no doubt that the Black Lives Matter movement has amplified the voices of black people across the world. We all must stand alongside them in support of making change happen. So I'm absolutely thrilled to share with you the launch of this new manifesto, a commitment to racial equality. This is a set of commitments from across our co-op, from procurement through to people, from campaigning through to customer propositions. These commitments kickstart a real shift in the way we lead and do business here at the Co-op. We believe that the act of not being racist is not enough. So I'm crystal clear that at the Co-op we are anti-racist. That means that we will work to rid ourselves of the inequalities that currently exist in our organisation. And when we see racism happening in front of us, we won't stand by. We'll speak out against it. Now, I'll be honest, we're not where I want us to be at this moment, but facing into this is a humbling but important first step. The next steps are to listen well and to take bold action. Together, we're cooperating for a fairer world.
Alpha is a financial technology company, specifically asset finance. We develop our software here in London, and then we have technical and functional staff on site at our clients helping them move onto it. For example, Mercedes-Benz in the US, if you had a car on a lease or a loan, it'd be our software helping them run their business.
The key thing that makes us stand out is our delivery track record, and we achieve that delivery track record by recruiting people who are positive, engaged, energetic, enthusiastic, people who are willing to learn.
Graduates are important to Alpha because it's genuinely a set of fresh minds bringing in fresh ideas. We're also very keen to expand from the bottom up.
I definitely agree. I think one of the key things that graduates bring to us is the energy. They come into the teams, they're fresh, it's new, it's exciting, and they bring drive and enthusiasm.
Diversity and inclusion is so important to Alpha because we truly believe that people can achieve more when they can be themselves and when they can come to work and be their best selves.
I'm Layla Mackenzie-Dellis, founder of the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review and CEO of Dial Global. The Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, in partnership with Ipsos Mori, is a groundbreaking report on diversity and inclusion in the UK workplace. The review means such a lot to me and the team personally, and a huge amount of work from so many different people has been involved in order to bring this to light and to fruition. This is going to be the first comprehensive nationwide review that asks about D&I policies, priorities and leadership representation across multiple facets of workplace diversity and inclusion.
You know, it's great to be part of this review, the Mackenzie-Dellis Packer Review, and particularly at this historical time. And a little bit about me, I'm Simon Woolley, I'm the Director of Operation Blackboat and the number 10 Race Advisory Chair for the Race Disparity Unit. This is a very, very exciting time. I mean, it's been a traumatic time with COVID-19 and the devastating impact it's had on Black and Asian minority communities. But it's also a time in which change is afoot and people are looking at diversity and inclusion in a very meaningful way. And I'm absolutely convinced that this review, with all the people involved, including my brilliant co-chair, Ben Page, and the very brilliant Layla McKenzie and her team, will dramatically move the dial and ensure that companies are bigger, better, more diverse, more inclusive. This is what Britain PLC needs.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders, Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at DIAL Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Organization, young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.
The people that we have on stage tonight are role models to the next generation. They're role models to ensure that people know they can work in every single area of football because they are welcome to and because they will make football better.
Amen.
This award and what this night, even if people don't win an award themselves, it gives them confidence, gives them the belief, and everybody wants to be recognised at some stage.
It's a celebration of achievement in the culture and a lot of hard work that's gone behind it.
We're striving to get more black athletes into coaching. I'd like to see more in management as well. People like me lending my time, and they can only try and grow it as well. But we have to keep persevering.
Hello and welcome back to our finale panel for the day. It has been a wonderful 2 days full of rich conversation around diversity, inclusion and belonging. My name is Layla Mackenzie Dellis and I'm the founder and CEO of Dial Global. On our finale panel, we are joined by a number of epic leaders who I'm delighted to welcome back for the very final time today to the Dial Global stage. They are Lena Nair, Chief Human Resource Officer at Unilever globally, Carlos Cubia, Global Chief Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Officer and VP of HR at Walgreen Boots Alliance, Sandra Ojiambo, Chief Executive Officer at the United Nations Global Compact, and Dean Curtis, Chief Executive Officer and President at ICIS. To give you a flavour of what our finale panel is all about, I will say this: we cannot be silent. We have to use whatever megaphone we have to speak for justice. This is one of the most powerful ways to change the status quo. And that's speaking up in support of diversity and inclusion and speaking up against racism, prejudice and discrimination. Speaking up when it's uncomfortable and difficult to do so from a position of no power, and speaking up when it is easy and possible to do so from a position of leadership. If every single one of us around the world today used our voices to call for action from our politicians, from our CEOs, from our healthcare professionals, from our sports heroes, from our neighbours, friends and families, we could change our society. In our final panel, we're going to be hearing inspirational stories of our panellists' impact when speaking up and a call to action for all of us to start today. So let's kickstart things for the final time today and welcome our panel. We'd love to learn a little bit more about each of you and why you're so very passionate about diversity, inclusion and belonging. Lena, I'm going to start with you if that's okay.
Yeah, the story of the elephant and the mouse. When the elephant and mouse are in the same room, the elephant spends no time thinking about the mouse. But the mouse spends all its time worrying about the elephant. Where is the elephant going to move next? Am I going to survive when he or she moves his leg? So I've had the incredible privilege of being the first woman in every role I've done in Unilever. But I've also had the incredible burden of being the mouse very often, of being in a place where I had to challenge the norms, challenge the stereotypes, think about the elephant and make space for the mouse. So it's really personal for me to ensure that everyone brings their whole self to work, to whatever they do. And it's really personal for me that inclusion is a value that we all hold dear, because I've lived too long in my life as somebody who's constantly struggling to find space and to make my own space and keep in mind the elephant in the room.
Thanks so much, Lena. I think we can all remember the time where we felt like that mouse. So thank you so much for sharing. I love that analogy. Carlos. Carlos?
Sorry. How about now?
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is important to me because there's so many advantages and benefits coming out of really getting this work right, making sure that everybody has the opportunity to be heard, to be themselves, to feel like their voice matters. I was on a call earlier this morning and someone asked me, they said, you know what, what's the common theme around diversity and inclusion that everyone can get their arms around? Because it's different everywhere. And I said, well, one of the things around D&I that we all can get our hands around is we all wanted to be treated with dignity and respect. And if we ground this work in just those two words right there, treat people with dignity, treat them with respect, then that'll start every conversation making people feel like they're valued. So that's what
Thank you, Carlos. And talking of value, I value each and every one of you for being here on this panel. What a remarkable panel indeed. And over to you, Sandra.
You know, for me, I think I'll take it from the angle that we're probably in some of the most unequal and uninclusive periods of our lifetime. And I just think it's very important to continue to be passionate about diversity and inclusion, because for the generations behind us, they will never become what they cannot see. And if we truly want to lay a path for the future, I think it's really time for us to shape what a diverse and inclusive society can be. In many ways, I too have been on the wrong side of the diversity and inclusion discussion. But what I've learned from it is when you come through it stronger, you just lay a path for the future. So I continue to be passionate, because for those who follow us, they will never become what they cannot see.
Absolutely. And it's about making those brave strides into the future for our future generations of leaders. And last but not least, Dean.
Hi, Leila. Thank you. For me, I don't believe that you can get diversity, or at least sustainable diversity, without inclusion. And any high performance culture or good team culture has psychological safety at the forefront of that, where people can say what they truly feel without fear of being judged. And Lena mentioned it at the start: bring your whole self to the table all of the time. So the inclusion side is a cultural value we individually and collectively together should put on value in those diverse perspectives, because it's not just the right thing to do. It drives a better performance, and it's not just about differences in gender, race, or sexual orientation, but a diverse culture is a difference of thought and opinion, background, experiences, beliefs, and that dialogue brings so much more to the party and improves the overall outcome of the environment that we're in. So really looking forward to the next hour or so.
Hear, hear. And I concur with everything that you've all said. Thank you for introducing yourselves. And, Dean, to pick up very quickly on your last part, it is not just a nice to have. I'm sure all of us here are so fed up of hearing it's a nice to have. This is a imperative, and we can change the world of business together. So to kickstart things, Lena, I'm going to come to you if that's okay. We'd be truly honoured to hear some of your stories about when you spoke up for others and the impact that it had. And I know there'll probably be many of these with Learn with Lena and the great things that you've done. So love to hear from you about some of those stories.
I shared by saying that it's been a privilege and burden of my life to be the first woman at everything I've done in my career in the last 28 years. And that has meant it has brought a heightened sense of responsibility for me. In fact, one of the first things that helped me find my voice was to think that I was not doing it for myself, but I was doing it in service of others. I was doing it to make things easier for others who came after me. And when I the very first sort of factory I was posted in, and the company had put me up in a hotel, and I went and stayed in the hotel. And within 2 nights of staying in the hotel, I knew that it wasn't a very safe place for women. And I had, I was like 2 weeks into the company, and I was like, how do I have the guts and courage to go and talk to whoever I needed to, admin, HR, to change this, to make it different? But what gave me courage was saying, this is not about me. I have to make it easier for not just those who come and live here later after me, but I must make it easier for women like me who are stuck in other towns in India, who are working in the service of Unilever, but are possibly not in as safe places as they could be. Because if there was no woman to test the safety systems, you wouldn't know. There's nobody who's gone through the processes, lived through it. So that gave me a lot of courage and purpose, because I could go, and I was battling, saying, make it easy and safe for women everywhere, not just me. I say when I write a book, I'm going to write a whole story on loos, because almost every place I went in, I started off by asking to build a loo for a woman, because there wasn't one. And when I was sort of leaving Hindustan Unilever and coming into London to do my assignment in London, I said, listen, people have roads and memorials named after them. Could you name a few loos after me? So everyone was joking, saying, Lena's Loos is a nice brand. It stays in mind. You can't forget it, etc. But the point being, you've got to find your voice, because you're constantly thinking about those who come after you. And you're saying, I've got this huge platform and responsibility. How do I make it easier? Mm-hmm. And then, it's not easy. You need to find mentors so that you can find your voice. I was talking about the mouse. Many times in my life, I felt like a mouse. I mean, the power and influence came much later in my career. But early on, the pressure to conform was as high on me as on anybody else. You want to conform. You want to feel like the majority. You don't want to be unique and standing out. You don't want to be differentiated. And it's scary when you walk into a room. You're constantly the only woman in the room, constantly 500 people, 200 people, you're the only woman in the room. You feel all that they talk about, the minority syndrome. You feel like heightened expectation, of heightened pressure on you, heightened visibility for everything you do. Your successes are amplified. Your failures are doubly amplified. So it does take a bit of mentorship and support and peer support to be able to find your voice when you find yourself in a minority, when you find yourself like the mouse. So the things that have worked for me is always remember it's to make it easier for those who come after you. The second is really use the support, of peers, mentors who can help you find your voice and who can give you the strength and courage to keep going. And the third thing is I sort of divide the world into a third. If I have 100 leaders I need to influence, about a third of them are never going to get it. I'm not going to waste my time on them. The third are sort of on the fence. They will blow whichever way they think the wind is blowing. And a third are genuine champions. Find those third who are genuine champions, who are just, waiting to help, and use those to really leverage your own voice to make the change that you need to.
Mm-hmm. Really wise words. And I think intrinsically, each and every one of us as human beings is looking for our tribe. And the wonderful thing, the beautiful thing about diversity and inclusion and belonging is it is available for everyone to tap into. Sandra, have you got any thoughts following on from Lena with regards to using your voice, which I know you do prolifically on the BBC. I saw you recently doing great things. So tell us a little about how you use your voice and your leadership to inspire and speak up for others.
Yeah, and I want to go back to, I love this question because it took me back to when I was 11 years old, actually. At age 11, I left my home country to go to boarding school abroad. And I distinctly recall, because, one is very comfortable in their own home setting. I think it's when you come outside and realize that perhaps the world is not all that you know, and picture this from the eyes of an 11-year-old. It was shocking to see a whole different world. And, I just remember this sense of such deep initial discomfort at being teased. something that I'd never experienced before. And, you know, I was grateful for my bigger sisters, my older schoolmates who were able to walk me through it. And I distinctly remember 2 or so years later, when I had the opportunity to take on leadership in the context of a high school as a dorm prefect, I felt the imperative to speak out. The teasing that goes on in schools is actually where it starts in a very micro way. And I recall also an uneasy feeling initially about speaking out, but a deep sense of peace when I was able to address what those issues were. And I think even as I've progressed as a professional and certainly grown, I know that there's always an initial discomfort, but with that discomfort comes inner peace. And speaking out has always been important. You do get a sense of comfort and peace when you do so, but you're distinctly uncomfortable. I've been distinctly uncomfortable if I've ever had even a slight moment of watching in on something that isn't right. And I think that's permeated, all through my life. If I could share a little bit, prior to this role, I worked in the field of development a few years ago, and similar to what's just been said, the world out there is not kind to women, not only in sanitary facilities, in transportation, in meals. There are so many times when you find that the world is not built for women. It's not built for women in the field. It's not built for women in hotels. It's not built for women security-wise. But being there and raising these issues so that things can change structurally, I think is very important. Now with the Global Compact, I'm truly honored to have the opportunity to really see how we can work with businesses to truly shape what happens within businesses around diversity and inclusion and respect for basic human rights, as well as through businesses into their value chains and their supply chains. And it just comes to that, for me, I think the tipping point is when you have that opportunity, do you make the right decision to forego comfort, to get into discomfort and just speak and do the right thing?
Thank you so much for sharing not only those personal stories, which I think it really takes courageous leaders to do that, and especially show those vulnerable elements when you were younger. I too, if I may share very briefly, when we first came to the UK, was teased massively for kind of eyes being different. Only my brother and I, only Chinese children in the school, and you kind of feel all those eyes boring onto you. But I mean, wow, where you are right now as CEO of the UN Global Compact, just doing so many wonderful things. You must be so proud. And, obviously we are honored just to be supporting you and the UNGC as our charity partner at this summit, because it is, wow, what a long way to come. And Carlos, yourself, I know we hear from many little birds within War Green Boots Alliance of your leadership stories, but love to hear from your own mouth any stories of where you have spoken up.
Well, prior to my role that I currently have, I was a VP in a healthcare company, and there was a young lady that she was the only woman on the team. I was the only African American on the team. And we had just purchased a small company. And in purchasing that company, she was targeted to be the lead integration person to bring that company on board and to integrate them into the business. Well, coincidentally, it turns out a month after the announcement, she announces to me and the leadership that she was expecting her second child. Now, suddenly, out of nowhere, the next meeting, they were saying, you know what? And I won't use her name, we should probably find someone else to lead the integration because she's probably going to have morning sickness. She probably won't be able to come to work. What if she has the baby early? And I'm sitting in a room listening to all of this, and I'm sitting here thinking, I know how excited she is to lead this integration. She's been working for it, she's prepared, and she's ready. And they took her off the list. So for the first hour, I sat there and didn't say a word. But as we got close to the end of the meeting, I said, you know what? I raised my hand and said, listen, she's been looking forward to this. I don't think we should make that assumption without talking to her that she no longer wants to do this. As men, we can't make those assumptions for women. Give her the opportunity to say that she still can do the project or she can't, but you just can't take her off the list. That's just not the right thing to do. And that came with a whole lot of other things after I said that, because they all looked at me like, first of all, why are you speaking against the decision that we just made? So as if my voice didn't matter. The second thing is, why are you speaking up for a colleague? She's pregnant. She's probably not going to be able to do this. But I was steadfast in saying, give her that opportunity to make that decision. And I felt confidence by having that conversation. I didn't feel confident starting it because I was shaking in my boots. But at the end of the day, I said, you know what, this is the right thing to do. And they eventually had the conversation. She was put back on the project, but she had been deleted from the prospect of this project because she was now doing something that's natural to women, and that's giving birth and providing life. And I just didn't think it was right. So I spoke up, and that was just one of many. I'll just share that story, just, because I think I've been doing it for a long time, because for one, I have a tendency for inserting myself probably sometimes where I shouldn't, but other times I think it just makes sense to speak up on behalf of other people when they're not in the room or when they don't have a voice. So that's my story.
Take my hat off to you, Carlos. And as leaders, from my experience, the very best ones of those leaders are the ones that aren't scared to put their head above the parapet. I remember someone once said to me, and he's a pretty well-known executive, said, you stick your head above the parapet, you're going to get shot at. And do you know what? Hey, fine. You were saying right there, well, shoot at me, because that is what I believe in. And I love it. And Dean, to you, any stories that you have, and love to hear as well about the childhood, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot there as well, because I know you've had a very interesting background.
Straight in there, Leila, yeah. So Carlos mentioned it in one example, but he said it's one of many. So for me, I would say it's not just about those kind of key impactful moments of making a stance and impact. It's a bit like performance in life, right? It's about consistency and doing the small things always incrementally better. And I think that as a leader, providing the platform for people to speak up and more importantly be heard continuously is pretty important. It was crucial. It's not pretty important. We run a series of workshops, and Joe Portlock on one of the earlier panels hosted these with a facilitator, which we called Courageous Conversations. And from my own perspective, and I'll talk about some of the discrimination that I've overcome, but I say that in a way that's nothing like some of my co-panelists and the stories we've already heard. But these Courageous Conversation workshops provided the opportunity for people to really talk about their experiences openly. And we ran 4 of them, and the first one had 150 people attend, and we ended up having to run 3 more sets of 4 based on the engagement of the business. And this was following the death of George Floyd in Minnesota, and Ahmaud Arbery and Sean Reed and Breonna Taylor before him. And I thought that I had a very good understanding. I think it starts with understanding, but everybody has a different perspective, the mouse and the elephant, right? And whilst I thought I had a great understanding, listening to the courage of people talking up about their experiences for me was truly humbling, and not something I wanted to hear, but I benefited from hearing it. People that would drive across the United States for work meetings, and their partner would fill their car up with gas so they didn't have to stop in particular states, or they'd turn up on a particular day already feeling on the back foot. And that's not an environment that I would want anybody in our organisation to work in, or my children to grow up in, frankly. But for me, it begins with understanding. And then after that, it's about when you've got that understanding and you provide that platform for everybody to be heard continuously, is what action can you take? And I think, first of all, you have to measure the demographics of diversity, because then when you do measure it, you stand a chance of dealing with it and making sure the workplace is fair, equal, unbiased, and you've got that approach to talent management. In our division, we trained over 1,000 managers last year on unconscious bias training, as an example. We all have bias based on our backgrounds, and it's important to know what that is as the first step to inclusion. All of our staff have KPIs around, talent and the development of talent and the hiring of talent, and also employee resource groups, of which we've got 32 currently. But we've continued to run virtual events in those employee resource groups to for things such as Pride and Eid and various other things that have been even better attended in this environment than they were pre-COVID, which is fantastic. And then finally, obviously, the regular diverse and rising talent reviews, so that we can continue to hear the underprivileged. A colleague, CEO of a fellow CEO of mine, told me once about a great book based on the fact he was Indian, and he said, told me to read the book The Hindu Mind, purely because in that type of, in that religion, people feel if they do the right thing comes back. And in a very bullish corporate environment, quite often that doesn't happen, right? And that doesn't come to you, where other types of demographics, are really pushing. What's my next move? Where am I going next? So for me, it's about providing the platform for people to speak up, and then making sure that we take action as leaders on the back of that, so it just doesn't become a talk shop.
Thanks so much, Dean, for sharing. And I'd love to come back to some of the personal experience, but I think that the right place to do that would be in the next question, actually, which I will move on to now. And that is, listening to you all and some really great personal stories there about speaking up. Now, speaking up can sometimes be very uncomfortable. I really would love to know, from your opinion, the best way to get comfortable, if that's possible, when feeling uncomfortable when speaking up. And Carlos, I'm going to come to you first on that one, if that's okay.
Sure. We all said we want a speak up culture. We want everyone to speak their minds and to make sure that their voices are heard. So we have to create that environment, first of all, for people to do that. But if I just go to the heart of the question, I think I would do it in reverse. You don't have to feel confident in order to act with confidence. It's actually in reverse. I think if you think about it, confidence comes from taking action. So if you're confident in yourself and in your position, you take action, and that gives you the power. Ralph Waldo Emerson said, and I wrote it down, he says, do the thing and you will have the power. So you first start by act. You don't have to have all of the information. You don't even have to know the final outcome, because really the outcome is irrelevant. If it's rooted in facts, if you're trying to do the right thing, if you're speaking up with purpose, just do it. Just dive right in. And once you take that action, the confidence will come. The example I gave you earlier, after I made the first statement in that room and I got it off my chest, then everything else just flowed easily after that, because I took the initial action of speaking up. There are some pointers, though, when I think about it. I mean, I in my mind, I first visualize the conversation. How is this going to go? Who am I going to piss off or step on someone's toes? I visualize it. But when I say don't worry about the outcome, they still may not agree with you, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't speak up and make sure that your voice is heard. You do it respectfully. You want it to root it in facts. You want to make sure that you take emotions out of it. And don't worry about it being a perfect conversation, but just make sure that it's an honest conversation, it's an open conversation, and that it's going to lead to something hopefully positive and well-intentioned. I don't do it to tear anyone down. I don't do it to criticize people. I do it because it needs to be said, and the topic needs to be raised. So for me, the essence of this is just do it. There is no right moment.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So what you're saying,
have a conversation.
Yeah. So you're saying dive in, because the subject matter and the purpose is so very important. Once you've done that, and that makes sense, you almost start to forget about the fear of doing so, but actually think about the actual purpose and that dominating the feeling of concern or worry, basically. And Sandra, have you any thoughts following on from Carlos?
Yeah, and I totally agree with Carlos. I mean, sometimes you just have to dive right in. I think I would just build on it from another angle, which is really, as leaders, to what extent do we also create the right environment, especially for psychological safety, for others to dive in. I think that, you know, I'm looking at the fantastic panel around here. I think we've had enough experiences to simply say, right, we're going to do this. But I think often where sometimes in organizations it's not possible for people to do that is perhaps because we haven't really looked at what the overall internal environment is and the lack of, should I say, psychological safety within an organization. But, you know, for me, I think where I would kick off in terms of just taking action is deep self-reflection. And, you know, it takes me back to, I think it was about 2 months ago, and I was very new in the organization. And we had a session on just being either racist or anti-racist, you know, no gray in between. And, you know, we focused on work by Ibram Kendi, who's written the book, you know, How to Be an Anti-Racist. And there were some very interesting moments of silence because we were forced to go into a very deep session of self-reflection. And I think sometimes you just need to have enough quiet around you to really reflect. We live in a busy world, more so now. We are online and zooming our way through life. You need that quiet to really focus on what is meaningful, what is impactful, and how you can stand and make that change. So for me, self-reflection is always a great place to start. Where do I stand before I put myself out there in all of my power? And secondly, what environment have I created to allow other people to jump in their power and their truth as well?
Mm-hmm. Leila?
I think, yes, Carlos.
Can I just say, I mean, when you talk about the culture, though, creating a culture, I think it's very important that leaders understand in order to have an inclusive culture, you have to have a speak up culture. So we own that as leaders to make sure that we create that culture around the organization, and we encourage people to speak up and to make sure their voices is heard. We also encourage healthy dissension, you know, respectful dissension. We don't want you just to nod and agree with every opinion. The voices of these team members and employees truly matter. And I just wanted to add that. So.
I think it's a really good point, because challenge is not a negative piece, and it does still have those negative connotations. Oh, we must all be happy families and agree and everything like that. And yes, agreeing is great, but at the same time, it doesn't mean negativity because it is challenge. Lena, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah. You know, Leila, I was reflecting that, you know, discussions on inclusion really make me angry and impatient. Yeah, because I'm impatient for change. You know, if you see the numbers on female representation and leaders and governments and businesses, the numbers are crawling. If you look at, you know, race representation, numbers are crawling. You know, disability inclusion in any sense of the word. And I really feel we need leaders to create an almost burning platform for change. And that itself should give us the courage to speak up, shake some of the norms. You know, because this is not something, oh, it's nice to do, let's speak up when we have the luxury, when we feel a bit brave. This has to be an area where we say, what the hell? We haven't made progress as a generation of leaders trying to make this happen. We've spoken about it. We're eloquent about it. We all believe in it. We intend to do the right thing. But the numbers don't show that anything has really moved substantively. So one of the things I would also urge is for us as leaders to just do the simple things. Listen, learn, connect, don't wait. You know, it's a bit like reach out. Don't wait for, I'm going to create the environment for others to speak up. Go and find out, where can I create the environment for others to speak up? What can I do proactively to create scenarios where I can listen to people? So I really think we have to dial up the sense of urgency around this. And yes, we're putting thousands of hours into unconscious bias training, and we must, and we do a whole lot of unstereotyped training, breaking norms. But this is an area for even greater leadership. And people like you, Leila, should be tougher on people like us, to hold us more accountable, to drive the change that we wish to see in the world around us.
So action, action, action. And the time is now.
Then when? If not us,
if not now, then when? Absolutely. I could not say it better myself. Dean, to you.
Yeah, so I think if you're talking about people being uncomfortable, I mean, it's tough because it's not natural, it's not safe, it's danger, people feel that they're in danger sometimes, and a psychological safe culture doesn't mean a nice safe one, right? To the point of Carlos, you want people to speak up and disagree because that's what gets the best outcome. And I think if as leaders, if we're asking that of other people, we need to ask it of ourselves. And a lot of people think leaders should be kind of these iron cast perfect people that don't experience all of these emotions. And I think that as a leader, you have to be prepared to be vulnerable yourself, and especially at times like this, because people ultimately want the truth, they want respect, and they want authenticity from their leader. And I think in that particular environment, you have to go first, right? And not be this kind of almost kind of superhero type figure that people are supposed to follow, which is very much the old definition of leadership, right? Displaying a level of weakness and humility. I can't remember, someone mentioned earlier about the mistakes they've made. And being able to admit that, I think, is really important, and being authentic. I speak a lot, and I don't mind mentioning it to my staff. When I was in my early 20s, I struggled quite heavily for a period with mental health, in terms of anxiety and things like that. And a lot of people, most people I either work with or met or friends, experience some of that in their life at some stage, right? Particularly at the moment. That should be encouraged, to be able to speak up and talk about things like that, and not be deemed as a weakness, because through going through that sort of kind of period and process myself, I've come out a much stronger person, and I know that I couldn't do the job that I do now unless that I've gone through that. And so sometimes when you've got the platform and people are looking at you with these different emotions and carrying these different things into different meetings or platforms, the ability to be able to be open about some of that stuff and put them on the table really helps. And it's important that people share those things, and you have a culture where people feel they can.
You never know exactly what is going on behind the surface level. There was a quote right at the beginning of day one, actually, with Shoku from the BBC, and I absolutely loved it. It was about not understanding what anyone else is going through unless you climb inside their skin. And that resonated so much. And she said, look, notice that we say here, climbing inside someone's skin, because you can't change necessarily what is on the outside, and so don't have those preconceived notions or judgments. And I think this is an ideal segue into the next question, of which I'm going to come to you, Sander, on this one, if that's okay. Now, from your experiences, and this again, I will come to all of you, is what do you think is the best way to deal with the risk of backlash or retaliation when sharing our experiences? Your thoughts?
So I think, the sad reality is that there probably will always be backlash and retaliation. I think especially when you're dealing with such issues that bring rise to so much emotion. It could be historical baggage, it could be cultural baggage, it could just be the way people see and view lives. We all see and view life very differently depending on where we stand. So again, I go back to the fundamentals. If you're speaking the truth, and if you're speaking with facts, if you're speaking with purpose, I do think that you should, yes, be prepared for backlash and retaliation, but also know that above and beyond that backlash and retaliation, there is positivity and there is change. And again, it just calls to the courage. Lots of reflection and lots of talk has been done about, books by Brené Brown, for example, on, daring to lead, on courageous leadership. And I just want to state that, the word leader here should not be misconstrued. Anybody is a leader in the context of when you are driving forward something for change, you are a leader. And I think that people need to come to these discussions fully aware that they're working for positive change. So I think it's part of the desire to effect that change that hopefully should be able to weather you through the backlash. Of course, if you can do things with support, with unity, I think driving people around a common vision always helps on this, but it's not easy. Speaking up and speaking out is not easy, which is why I go back to my earlier comment, you cannot see what you kind of become what you haven't seen. And I just think it's very important for people to share their experiences as we are doing now. Off this panel somewhere, there's people who reach out to any one of us and say, look, how could you help me navigate through this situation or a different situation? And I think what's really important is just having those few people to speak out without fear or favor on it. But backlash, I think, is inevitable.
Just picking up on one of the things that you said there, I do believe to a certain extent, and I've heard it said by many, especially young aspiring leaders, is that if they cannot see that person, they cannot be that person. But I wonder, because I'm sure a number of you on this panel have been the first. Lena, for example, first, youngest female CHRO within Unilever, and I know within looking at the other elements of diversity and inclusion and the intersectionalities, there'll be other firsts. For those that are, say, within an organization and perhaps can't see those people, what would you advise more, encourage them to do so? Because there's got to be a first, has there not? Otherwise, how and where do we manage to grow if we don't take those first steps? There's always got to be a first person or first couple of people.
Sorry, was that still to me or to?
Oh, sorry, it was. Sorry, it was. Yes. Did you have anything else on that? Because I guess you must have been perhaps the first in a number of your positions previously, and advice basically to those that are the first, or they don't actually see someone who looks or sounds like them within the organizations, because I never saw that when I was going up throughout my career.
No, I agree. And indeed, I have been the first in many instances, be it based on age or youthfulness, be it based on gender or nationality or where I come from in the world. So when I say you cannot become what you have not seen, I don't also only mean it literally and figuratively. I think there's also values that come to play. So I also look for, or my inspiration comes from people who hold similar values, who are able to act certain ways situationally. And those are the people that I see either through their actions, not necessarily that they fully mirror me in terms of what I see when I look in the mirror. So it's two ways for me. It would be great to see more women look like myself or the other distinguished leaders here on the panel, but it's also really great to see how leaders behave situationally, or people behave situationally in these situations. And I think that's the entirety of my ecosystem around when I say that. But I'd love to hear from others who are first, where they got their bits of inspiration. I know mine is certainly a hodgepodge of a few different people that I see, but also a few different values that I've seen exemplified in difficult and courageous situations.
Mm-hmm. Lena.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the inner game of leadership. I feel the inner game of leadership is what really strengthens your outer game. And the inner game is about your sense of purpose and service, because that fuels so much inspiration. It's about resilience and personal mastery. And look at these times we are going in. We are all relying on our resilience and personal mastery as we've been getting through these unprecedented times. And learning agility, ability to learn new things, try new skills, try new ways of influence, try new ways of collaboration. So it's the inner game of leadership that really matters more. And that's one of the ways to also tackle backlash and retaliation, because you're going to feel down. You are going to find it difficult. If you've been the first, it's a hard path, no doubt about it. But it's also going to fuel your energy and inspiration, having a strong inner game. So right through COVID, I've been advising all our leaders to really focus on their personal mastery. It's about creating space in your mind between stimulus and response. It's about being vulnerable. It's about being present. And in many ways, it's the inner game of leadership that allows and supports for a more inclusive culture, for a more inclusive place around you. And the other thing I say is we really must reach out to help out. I'm building on the Eat Out to Help Out scheme. We have to proactively reach out. We will find our tribe if we reach out. We will, if we listen with empathy and compassion, we will find others who are having their own challenges. We're all in the same storm. We are in different boats. If we would listen with compassion, we find others who want to come along with you. One of the models who've broken stereotypes, who've broken norms, who've broken barriers. So we call them our unstereotyped role models. We also recognize the people who got them there. So, the shift supervisor who supported the first female engineer on the shop floor and gave her the space and made sure she felt safe and comfortable. So we recognize both. The people who trailblazed and create the path, but the people who helped them get there, because both are important. So it's a bit of ensuring we reach out to help out others, have the compassion, the empathy, focus on our inner game to have the strength and courage.
I think we've lost Lena for just a moment there, but some very valid points. Dean, I'm going to come to you next.
Sure, yeah. Just in terms of the backlash and retaliation, obviously, every firm and organisation of any size should ensure that they have a policy or a retaliation policy and formal protection in terms of a code of ethics that protects people. But there's a lot of policies in organisations, and ultimately it does come to something that we've spoke about throughout the whole of this is a culture of trust and respect where people do feel heard, and where when they do say something, there is an understanding and response to that, and they feel that it's been taken seriously, and it makes a difference. Otherwise, if people don't feel it's been taken seriously and makes a difference, they'll stop saying it, right? And then you go against the kind of culture that we've been talking about, that not just our organisations but society needs, frankly, to be where we should be.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And our future generations of leaders absolutely are so hot when it comes to purpose, to not paying lip service to company values, but to meaning and walking the walk of what is said. Carlos, coming to you.
So when I think about the retaliation, I don't worry about it. Now, I take a very simplistic, kind of a humanistic approach to what people say and their reactions, because, for me, and I said it earlier, you let go of the outcomes. If it's worth sharing, and if it's worth speaking up about, then you just do it and not worry about it, especially if you're doing it, to Sandy's point, with purpose, good intent, it's meaningful dialogue or content you bring into the table. Because as we talk about a speak up culture, we want people to really share what's on their mind, what's important to them. At Walgreen Boots Alliance, since the George Floyd murder, and since Dean brought this up earlier, I wanted to just come back to that. We've created a culture where we've had listening sessions all throughout the organizations with our, African-American employees, with our white employees, with mixed groups, with our marketing teams, you name it. We've had very candid, vulnerable conversations, and we encourage people to, speak up and talk about what's on their mind. What are the challenges that you're facing, either in your personal lives or your professional lives, and don't worry about what people think about you. And what we're starting to see is kind of a mind shift, is people are saying, I don't really care what you think. This is what's on my mind. This is what's happening to me. This is what it's like to be African American in this organization or on this planet right now. And this is what's real to me. So by talking about real experiences, how it impacts you, and what we've seen is that leaders are starting to stand up and take notice, the more people are speaking out. So, whether it's the chicken or the egg, what's happening is, whether we created the culture or we started speaking up and that created the culture, we're seeing more leaders listening, trying to find out what we can do. We're creating more allyship, whether it's organic or we kind of forced it. Don't worry about the outcome. The outcome will take care of itself. You do it because it's worth doing.
Thank you very much, Carlos. And I'm going to move us on into the last question, because I have one more question I also wanted to add on and ask you all before we finish. But on the next one, and Dean, I'm going to come to you first, is would love to hear some of the key lessons that have been learned through what we've been discussing a lot today on this panel, and that's courageous leadership and being brave enough to put our heads above the parapet.
Sure. Yeah, well, I guess first of all, it's a complex issue, right? Which everybody finds difficult in some ways, and because of that, it's kind of easy to ignore or get into a state of paralysis where you do nothing because you feel vulnerable, right? I worry about these things. Look at the forum we're on now. I'm a white middle-aged male, born and raised in the UK. I've not had the best of backgrounds, but it wasn't terrible, and to a large degree, I've been hugely privileged, right? And as leaders, sometimes we're almost trained not to get into social or political issues, in our jobs. But there's an obligation, and obviously the 2-day event is absolutely around this, to use the platforms that we have for positive social change and our own privileges in whatever forms they are to make a difference. And I mentioned at the beginning, it's not just about kind of gender, race, creed, religion, sexual orientation, but about difference of thought, opinion, backgrounds, experiences, and belief. And there's a lot of invisible exclusion in the workplace. And one of the things I'm really passionate about is that in terms of social mobility and people from underprivileged backgrounds, particularly young people who have already worked hard in their life to make some really, really tough decisions and choices. If you take the UK, for example, and GCSE results, the percentage in England and Wales that have got five grades A to C that have free school meals is 28.5% compared to the national average of 60.3%. And so it breaks my heart, really, that in an early stage of somebody's life, who their parents are, where they're brought up, their background can affect their future potential in life. And I think we also, as a society and as leaders, have an obligation to ensure that talent doesn't go to waste. And we find ways to use that talent and the tough choices and the resilience and all of the things that people are reaching to now in the world and the environment that we find ourselves in, because they're quite often people that you want beside you, right? They are the people that are going to help you in tough times, that never take anything for granted. And there's things, in the UK, for example, there's apprenticeship levies and things we can use as organisations and quite often don't, where we can donate some of that to inner city, workings. A friend of mine is working on something called the Achievable project that does just that. But, there's so much talent there that goes to waste on the back of what we would consider to be almost invisible exclusion. It's not invisible. My first job was in private client stockbroking at Rothschilds and in HSBC Investment Management. Most of the people that were my peers were educated at the best schools. And if I'm honest, I had a chip on my shoulder about it, right? I had a point to prove. And it ended up being an absolute strength that I wanted to make a point and prove that I was going to make it and get the best results in the room, not just in the exams, but what I delivered my customers in terms of investment returns, etc. So, I just wanted to bring out another dimension there of the talent in the world that could potentially go to waste unless we truly open our vision and do what's right.
Mm-hmm. And let's hope that if one good thing has come out of a terrible pandemic, it is such that where we exist online, a lot of the barriers are broken in terms of needing to be in, perhaps an expensive city or wherever we might be. Actually, can we tap into talent in places that aren't necessarily on the hit list in terms of universities or the circumferences, the postcodes, everything like that? Could it bode some positive rewards when it comes to talent? Carlos, coming to you. Carlos, not sure whether you heard that there. I think there we go. Carlos, I think you're on mute, so I'll let you come off mute and I'm going to go to Lena and we'll come back to you.
Yeah, there. Sure. Now, Leila, it is what fills me with some hope and optimism is the fact that everywhere There's conversations about how to build back better, how to reset our society for better, how to use this moment and not waste this crisis, but use this as a rallying cry, as an opportunity for doing things differently. And that fills me with optimism, because that means, at least as leaders of different institutions, business, UN, what have you, governments, we are all thinking together that we have to change things for the better, and this is our moment. The other thing I also see is huge focus on both environment and social. People want to set up environmental goals, want to set up social goals as companies, institutions, governments, which is again fantastic, because it's been a bit of a wake-up call to go through this pandemic and really see our world anew and see the problems that exist, which we knew exist, but it's just come to our visibility and our attention, our conscious attention a lot more. So I would sincerely urge that we don't waste this moment and we create a vision together, because what helps us is there's a whole generation of young people who are massive tailwind. They want the change. They're pushing us. They want us to make lives better for all of them. That will certainly help, because that tailwind will get us to do serious things. It also means being braver and bolder with the choices we've made in the past, because we can't afford not to, given the time we are in just now. And it is about partnerships. Advocacy comes through partnerships, through collaboration. It is a time for some of those unique partnerships where we can drive and push for this change. So what I'm basically saying is, the time is now. If not us, who? Who will make this change happen? And let's not waste this moment. Let's truly drive for inclusion by making our organizations, businesses, institutions open to everyone. Yeah. And
thank you, Lena.
Challenging the norms, challenging the barriers that come in the way to doing so.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time here, guys. So, Sandra, I'm going to come to you before we come to yourself again, Carlos. And I have one very small last question that I want to ask each and every one of you afterwards. So, Sandra.
So leadership lessons, for me, I go back to the most basic. And in going back to the basic, I want to quote, again, a childhood book. I think it's always great to go back to, some of the childhood views that we've had. And I want to just quote Dr. Seuss. And I think it's called Horton Hears a Who. And there's a quote that says, "A person is a person, no matter how small." And I think we need to go back to those fundamentals and really understand that every human being simply wants to be treated with humanness, with respect, and with dignity. And I think once we are able to embrace those, as simple yet complex as they are, for me, that has been, one of my greatest leadership lessons. Grounded in that, I think I viewed almost every single leadership decision I've had to make distinctly differently.
Thanks, Sandra. And Carlos, hopefully we have you back now.
I wasn't on mute, but there was no sound. So not much different to offer than what the other three panelists have said, but I think, the time is now for us as leaders to really take a step back and make sure that we are creating the environment that we're looking at for the next generation of leaders. I started it by saying treating everyone with dignity and respect, and really being vulnerable as leaders. I think Sandra said it earlier, we are not leaders just because of our titles. We're leaders because how we show up and act every single day. So.
Thank you, Carlos. And my last additional question, because this is the very last panel of 2 phenomenal days, and I feel personally very blessed to be sitting alongside with some incredible, visibly diverse and also invisibly diverse leaders as well. And I'd love each of you to just go back in your minds for a moment and think about a time when you were young, because you're all so different here and kind of rich in experience. And I know that we've got people from all around the world who are listening on in. If you could give your younger self a piece of advice and to take action right now, because this is the moment to tell everyone out there that they can go off and do something, whoever they may be, whatever background they are in, even if they are already at CEO level, I want you to leave everyone with a piece of actionable and inspirational, as you all are, advice. Lena, I'm going to start with you.
I would say dream big and live your purpose.
Carlos.
Don't let society dictate your norms. Create your own path in life.
Thank you. Dean.
Trust and be confident in yourself. You know, as I've got older, I've got more of that. I doubted myself in my younger days a bit more, because education teaches you to try and be the same as everybody else, right? The bias, you all train for the same exam. So trust who you are, have confidence in who you are and what that brings to the table, and it being different over everybody else.
Thank you, Dean. And finally, Sandra.
I'd say do the right things and the rest will follow.
Wow. You have all been absolutely phenomenal. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you, your organizations, also very lucky indeed to have you. I really hope that this has inspired everyone else out there just as much as it has inspired me. And I had word earlier that we are streaming out across, and we've had over 100,000 worldwide live streams, many more still coming in across the world, from Eastern Eye, Bangladesh, Asian Times, through to the Out News Global, Verizon Media, Yahoo Finance. It's just been an absolute epic phenomenon. So thank you so much again, all of you. I hope you have wonderful weekends and superb job. Thanks so much.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Leila, for all that you do.
Absolutely. Hear, hear. Well done, Leila.
Thanks, guys.
All your efforts.
Wow, what an absolutely phenomenal 2 days. When I created Dial Global last year, I dreamed of a company that could inspire and empower leaders to take real, bold action to move that dial on diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And I can absolutely say with gusto that the brave and authentic leaders from this summit have certainly inspired me, and I hope that they've inspired each and every one of you across the world. I hope that hearing these amazing leaders tell their stories has inspired you to go and take a stand. As we heard from the last panel and from everyone involved, the time is now. Do not wait. Do not delay. We do not have the time. We must keep the urgency on this real action and advocate for diversity, inclusion, and belonging inside and outside your organizations now and for future generations of leaders and beyond. But when we designed this summit, a call to action, we did so because sitting back and listening to inspirational speakers and stories is just not enough. And so please, I urge you so much, each and every one of you, to think about what you can do today to move the dial and push for a world of fairness, difference, and belonging, a world that all of us deserve. As we heard from our panelists, can you rock the boat? Can you speak up for others? And other than that, can you change your hiring practices, set up an employee resource group, become a senior sponsor, enlist a senior sponsor, speak about some of the challenges that you may have had. It doesn't matter what you look like or the background that you come from, each and every one of us is diverse. Wanting and wishing for this different world is not going to get us there. We've got to act. We've got to. Big, small, bold, quiet. Each of us can do something today to create more equality now and for those wonderful generations to come. An enormous thank you to my Dial Global team who made this summit happen. I know they're all sitting in at the moment, watching, listening, making sure that everyone is being looked after. I'm so grateful. You are absolutely amazing. Amazing team, great job. You've worked so hard, you've worked so tirelessly to ensure this summit was as good as it could be, and reach as many people all around the world as possible with all of our collective messages. I'd like to give a very special thanks to our headline supporting partners again for their support and unwavering tenacity, for inspiring us each and every day with their brave choices and real actions. Sincere thanks and gratitude to Walgreen Boots Alliance, the Co-op, Alpha Financial Software, the Premier League, the Commonwealth Games Federation and EY. We also want to give thanks to our media partners and silver partners, to the journalists, the media individuals who have been working away, writing up some brilliant editorials that we have seen already. So thank you for those very much as well. Thanks to Ipsos Mori, Verizon Media, Yahoo Finance, Brand Advance, whose live streams across multiple diverse and inclusive publications around the world will reach all corners of the globe. And finally, we want to give thanks to our charity partners and their respective teams, the UN Global Compact, OBV, Operation Black Vote, and the Mackenzie Dellis Packer Review. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this summit and how we can make the next one even more inclusive. We will be back in February, but do make sure you connect with us as well, whether it be on LinkedIn, online, in our global community. Make sure you check that out. The team will put that into the feed, and you'll be hearing from us again, and of course, very soon. So please don't be strangers. Please do stay in touch and reach out to us. We'd love to hear from you. If you could spend 5 minutes just responding to the quick survey that you'll get in the feed, that would be fantastic. Or feel free to drop me a line directly. As most of you who know me personally know, I rarely switch off, so I'm there a lot of the time. I'm so grateful, finally, for you all joining us together on this journey. Together, I truly believe that we can move the dial for more positive and greater change and difference. We'll see you again very, very soon. But in the meanwhile, make sure you visit us at www.dialglobal.org. We're going to be doing another groundbreaking summit in February. It'll be even bigger and better. So make sure you keep an eye out for that too. And get in touch. But see you again all soon, and very best wishes from the Dial Global team and myself personally. Have a wonderful weekend.
Welcome to a world you didn't know existed, where millions travel daily to do what they love, in the places they trust. Connect with audiences in captivating ways. We are Verizon Media.
At Verizon Media, no matter what you want, you can find it.
You can pitch an idea.
People working together, being a lot more collaborative.
Whatever I'm really passionate about.
We have an opportunity to tell stories in a new way.
DIAL stands for Diverse, Inclusive, Aspirational Leaders Global. We welcome people from all cultures and walks of life who seek a deeper understanding of our world. We passionately believe in the power of unique ideas and purpose-led initiatives that help inspire, educate and motivate others to make the world a better place. We will bring you education and inspiration from the world's thought leaders and inspired thinkers. Our global community are keen to share with you their ideas, their purpose, their passion, their initiatives, their knowledge that really help transform the way that we look at the world. We will be meeting online and at Dial Global events. We also give back to our 5 core pillars of charity: education, the youth, environmental, mental health, and the creative arts.
Organization, young people can achieve so much more when you work in partnership with each other.
Because when you see others engaged in positive things, you want to do something positive.